Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's day 4 of Gateway X, the Anna Murray Virtual Convention, and it's Wednesday, which means it's Hump Day. And we're over the hump. I hope everybody enjoyed the recorded programs we had for you this morning. Some interesting clinics from the past, but now we're getting into the afternoon live stream, which will take us up to the roundtable discussion later. Our first guest is Dave Berman, who, if you were watching the recorded streams, you may have seen him in movies such as Against the Grains Part 1 and 2. And he's back to give us some more information about modeling the grain industry. Specifically, this time he's going to talk about milling, distilling, storage, and other types of things. So, Dave, if you want to get set and take it away and share your screen, we'll get this clinic underway.
Okay, let me grab an application window and hit share. And then give you the slides big. Well, here I am again. It seems like if you've been watching the first two, this is a lot like the Star Wars trilogy. Maybe not quite as interesting or exciting with as much action, but we'll see what we can do for you. When I started doing these, it got big quick because the more great data I found, the more interesting things that came up. It went from being an hour clinic to being the ones you've seen and the one you're going to see today. And I've branched out into covered hoppers and into certain grain districts. So we've got a lot of things going on. Give you the picture on the front is from Chicago, actually, and it kind of sets it up because we have major storage, we have a mill, we have boats, we have a little bit of everything going on there for getting grain from the farm to the people who are going to consume the products that are made, and has a great slits ad on the end of this building. So why are we doing this? Well, this is a graphic from the BNSF, and if you watch number 1, you saw me hold up a box of Cheerios and a bottle of Spotted Cow, Wisconsin, where I'm from. Probably best effort at making wonderful beer. They make a lot of beer here. And you can see it in the state because we consume a lot of it too. Loaves of bread, 480,000 bags of Fritos. I don't even want to know the weight consumption that may happen. Enough soybeans for 415,000 pounds of tofu. And the one that all of my operators in River Rail like, 94,000 gallons of beer. So we're going to talk a little bit about all of these things and where some of them come from and where they go to. We may not spend a lot of time on each of them, but we'll give you a chance to see a little bit of the diversity of grain. We're going to have to store it along the way. Now, we may be exporting this. A lot of grain grown in the United States ends up in other countries because we can't consume it all. Milling, we're going to do something with it. We're going to make it into flour. We're going to make it into corn oil. We're going to make it into soybean oil. We're going to make it into ethanol. Distilling, making it for alcohols that we use in fuel or biodiesel. And actually, one and the other are not always both the same, but they use some of the similar products. And then I say distilling for brews. Not only beer, but whiskey and a lot of different alcohols come out of grain. And then shipping to the end consumer. We're not going to spend a lot of time on that today because it just gets a little bit too long. It starts locally at the cooperative process. These are a variety of the cooperatives that I know of. There's a million of them. AGP, you'll see cars with that logo showing up in the model railroad process. CHS, Cenex Harvest States here in the Midwest is a big one. The double circle, the red and the blue co-op. Farmland Industries started out doing something as simple as just milling grain in one farm in Wisconsin and became a worldwide conglomerate. They don't use the double circle co-op as cooperative process means that the farmers have a way to pool their resources. They can buy product, they can have local storage, in this case, a local grain elevator, or earlier on when we didn't have as much storage, even something as simple as farmers FDA, the farmers grain, and USDA, FGA programs would put these up outside of town so they'd have someplace to store all the grain that they were producing. As they grew more, it got bigger. Elevators got bigger. And now we've got bigger, larger storage facilities. So the co-ops are probably the first piece of the puzzle, but they've got to sell it to people. They got to get it out there. The cooperative process means that somebody like Cenex Harvest Estates has ways to export it. This is Superior, Wisconsin, just across the bay, if you will, from Duluth, Minnesota. You thought that Duluth, Minnesota, all they ever did in that area was iron ore. They ship a ton of grain out of those ports. And this is the Cenex Harvest Estates elevator. Before they were cooperative owned, they were railroad owned. The Great Northern had an elevator here. And various other railroads had ways of getting grain onto boats to get it through the seaways, to get it out to the East Coast, get it out to the consumer. So co-ops are a really important piece of the puzzle. But the grain companies that buy as well are a very important piece of the puzzle. We talked about farmland becoming a grain exporter, CHS, but a lot of these are end product producers. ADM, Bunge Corporation, Cargill is huge. We'll talk about Cargill. We'll talk about all these a little bit. Louis Dreyfus Corporation out of Louisiana, shipping grain down the Mississippi River and other places. Tate and Lyle, you may not recognize unless you know about A.E. Staley. You might have a Staley car or a tank car on your railroad. Tate and Lyle, that's one of the things that Staley has actually become a wholly owned subsidiary of Tate and Lyle Industries. And these people basically build the larger elevators. They're looking for a way, they're milling. ADM does a ton of flour milling. They produce everything from flaxseed oils. They do all kinds of oils. They do ethanols. They mill flour. They produce corn oil. They produce corn meal, corn starch, pretty much anything that you can do with grain. ADM has a piece of. Cargill, similar ways. Cargill has also moved into doing more, including actually producing beef using a byproduct from the ethanol process, which we'll talk about a little bit. And then the processors. Obviously, all that grain has to go somewhere. If you had breakfast this morning, you might have had a General Mills, Kellogg's, or Post product, maybe Quaker Oats for oatmeal. ConAgra produces all kinds of different product out of pasta. Obviously, I put a couple of brewers on there, Miller Coors and Anheuser-Busch, because I'm a modern guy. I have to use the modern terms. But all of these people use grain. And then one that you may not have heard of, Ardent Mills is one of the largest flour millers in the world. They have mills all over the place. And then obviously animal feed, Ralston Purina. I could talk about a variety of things, particularly trackage right now because of its access to light rail is very, very, very coveted. So a lot of those buildings are going away. So some of the mills are closing. I wanted to throw this picture in just to talk about not all the food goes into human consumption, or not all the grain goes into human consumption. A lot of it ends up in animal feed. So cars moving to a feed mill from an elevator are not uncommon, even moving just a few miles down the trackage. Let's talk a little bit about milling flour. It is a multi-step process. And here you can see the steps that it literally goes through. Obviously, we got to get it in and store it. But one of the biggest things they do with flour milling is clean it. It has to become a consumable product for humans. We don't want to have any impurities. What kind of impurities might you find in grain coming off of a farm? Don't be surprised if you find rocks, dirt, sticks, twigs, pieces of metal and barbed wire, all of which have to be separated out with the grain being cleaned. I'm going to show you a cleaning mill in Minneapolis, St. Paul, actually Fridley, Minnesota, where they do nothing but clean oats. And then it has to be conditioned to be milled. I got a train going by on the railroad outside. I apologize for the noise if you can hear it, but it has to be conditioned. It has to be gotten ready for milling. And a lot of times that's washing or different kinds of cleaning processes to get a little bit more of those impurities out. And then milling, different steps of grinding. We want to take a product that is basically a kernel of grain and turn it into a powder. There are pieces, the hulls aren't going to be part of that process. We just want the germ. We just want the best part of the wheat or the corn. So we're going to mill that. That goes into flour, which has to be stored. So we have a big grain elevator and then dispatched via rail car or truck. Byproducts. Hey, guess what? We have all those hulls. They're great animal feed. We want to use those another way. Sometimes they're used in plant to produce the heat and the energy to mill. So they have to be stored. And if they're going somewhere else, they have to be shipped. So what's a flour mill look like? They're usually very tall because what we're going to do is we're going to take all that grain from those elevators and we're going to take it to the top. We're going to run it through the cleaning process. We're going to mix it together if we have different grades of, of product. Sometimes we're even blending different grains. Sometimes we do a whole grain flour, which might have corn and wheat and oats in it. And then it's going to go into bins for storage. That's called tempered grain. That tempered grain is pulled all the way back to the top of the mill, gone through a roller mill, and then sifted. And every time it gets milled, it gets sifted again. And then we get down to those final little pieces, that final powdered product that you use to make the biscuits you had for dinner, the bread that you eat, your sandwich right now, maybe. Those processes go along, purified all the way. It may get milled 5 or 6 times. That's why you see grain mills be very tall. They may have 5, 6, 7, 8 floors because all of that milling process is a gravity-based process. And then we get the flour and flour blends. It's going to storage and then shipped out. This is kind of what it looks like in the steps. This is the product that was produced at the ADM Nokomis mill in Minneapolis. You can see that we go from straight hulled grain to a white flour. And that's what we're trying to do. Over process, we may bleach it. We may do a variety of things to it. So as you go, it produces different byproducts that go out of the plant, again in covered hopper cars or box cars in the earlier days. Thought I'd show you some older pictures because it operate in all eras. This is the mill in Hutchinson, Minnesota. I love this. Hutchinson was such a cool town in BN and GN lore because they had an interesting job that ran with NW5s. And if you know anything about EMD diesels, NW5s are kind of an oddball. And so they probably didn't run in this era, but it's something to do. See a variety of cars in there. You'll notice that there are some older reefers. Reefers act as insulated cars. A lot of times they would use reefers on backhaul to haul flour because they were generally kept very clean and they're insulated so they would keep the product at a reasonable temperature. I know for a fact that up at Golden Loaf Milling up in Wabasha, they still ship occasionally in insulated box cars and insulated reefer type cars. It's a way to do it. They also use some of the newer airflow covered hoppers. The Frisco car may have been grain coming in and it may be byproduct going out. Those of you who have CC Crow buildings on your layout, this is the Minden Flour Mill in Minden, Nevada. This is a very much available building. They're hard to come by because I don't think CC Crow has cast in a long time. But you could get both the bins and the really, really nice flour mill structure, the brick structure. Kind of a neat building. Smaller mill would work very, very well on a smaller layout or in a smaller town. These things were everywhere before we centralized all of that. Every town probably had one of these because everybody who was baking in town needed flour. So flour mills were a very common thing into the steam era, even into the transition era. You'd find flour mills in a lot of places. There used to be one in my old hometown of Waterloo, Iowa. It went away gradually, and now that flour is probably bought in from the Twin Cities or somewhere in the Midwest. Those of you who have seen the movie Footloose know this one. This is the Lehi, Utah roller mill. Kevin Bacon danced his way across the warehouse here, allegedly. But again, just a small town mill. Probably wouldn't take very many cars, but in a smaller railroad, you don't have to have a lot of cars to make good operations. So it's a very typical structure, a little bit of a tall structure. Again, it had some storage on the other side. Lots of good billboard art here. It used to be known as the flour milling capital of the world. We don't mill nearly as much flour there. We still do, but this was the Washburn A mill. And some of the older cars that you see there, there's some Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul's. It was served by the Milwaukee, as I recollect. This structure is noted especially as part of the Mill City Museum complex in the Twin Cities, I believe. And if you ever get a chance to get into the Twin Cities, the Mill City Museum is a wealth of information and wonderful stuff for model railroaders. I strongly encourage taking the tour because you'll learn a lot about how grain is processed, milled. There's all kinds of things. It's a great place to take your kids. They'll have fun as well. Again, I talked a little bit about the ADM Nokomis mill. This mill was just closed by ADM. ADM is consolidating their operations down in Illinois. They have a mega mill down there, and they're going to produce product for everything. But Nokomis is an interesting thing because it sits in the middle of what was called the Hiawatha Milling District. And I'll be talking about that later tonight when we talk about modeling from the prototype, and specifically these buildings and how they were worked by the railroad. But again, it's a very typical flour mill, very tall, looks a lot like the Walthers flour mill because you've got the stories, you've got all the dust collection process, the far right-hand side. So there's all kinds of stuff in here. They had cars on both sides of this building all the time, served by the Minnesota Commercial. Before that, the CP, the Sioux Line, and back into the Milwaukee days. Just literally a block away, the old Atkinson mill, now owned by ADM. This one is still in operation. As you can see, it's very, very, very tall. And if you look up on top, they've added all the dust collection equipment. All of that dust is valuable. It does get shipped out. They use it in a variety of products, animal feed especially, because it doesn't have to be quite so pure. Interesting structures that'll give you interplant moves. And this is actually intertown moves because General Mills used to use this elevator exclusively for processing, cleaning grain. They didn't do a lot of milling here, but they did it mainly for cleaning and getting it ready to go. And then they would ship the grain to their various mills around the country. And one of the places that this particular plant shipped to is literally 4 railroad miles south of here in Minneapolis, called Purity Oats, owned by General Mills. Purity Oats is known for producing the wonderful stuff that you eat when you eat General Mills product Cheerios or Lucky Charms, not the marshmallow part of the Lucky Charms, the cereal part of the Lucky Charms, the nutrient parts. Nowadays, they have built this up considerably from when this picture was taken, and they process all of that flour in-house now. So Purity Oats is going to become a condominium complex. Speaking of Purity Oats, oh, I better show. One of the things that Gordy's going to talk about a little bit later this afternoon is modeling from track charts. Anytime I go to a train show, I go to the guy who's selling all the paper and I start thumbing through it, and I find very interesting stuff, like copies of the spot charts for the BNSF. In this case, that General Mills plant. And if you look at all the numbers on there and all the ways of accessing this plant, came in with grain and it's going to go out with flour, it may have to be cleaned. Flour cars may or may not be used for grain, so they may have to be brought in. We may have to pull those cars. We may have to set them off spot because they have too many cars. You can spend a lot of time here. But again, this is Fridley, and it goes to good old Purity Oats. Love this building. Again, all kinds of stuff. Great milling structure, a little bit more storage structure. They also would bag oats here. Purity Oats was pretty much Midwest wide for a long time. I know they had plants in Keokuk and Davenport, Iowa. So they were a big company. I don't know if General Mills took over all those facilities or just closed them. But again, this is going to become housing in a condo complex, I'm told. That little structure down there that looks like a garage with the gray door, that's the car spot. And again, find the right piece of paperwork and you know exactly what kind of cars it takes. The cool part of this is it will tell you what cars go where. It helps you buy. So you don't buy everything. You buy the stuff that's manageable for the place you're going to operate. Again, another big storage type elevator. Not all of the stuff goes immediately to processing. We may have to store it. This elevator is the Cyril elevator. Again, this is on the Hiawatha line. the milling district line. This is actually run by General Mills now. I'm told that this may be on its last days. I'm not 1% sure. It's either this or Elevator T, which we'll show you in a minute. But again, we need someplace to store all that wheat before it gets milled. General Mills does not want to run out of wheat. They don't want to be dependent on a rail car problem stopping their flow. They may want to store a little bit more because they get a good price on it. Again, storage and shipping. All the farms out there in Montana, Kansas, places where we're going to grow wheat and those kinds of products, the Dakotas, Colorado, Idaho, they're not going to be able to store it all. It's got to go somewhere. Storage elevators are where it ends up. This is where the grain companies and the processors get involved. Bunge. This is another Minneapolis structure. I understand they're here again. It's another endangered building. Most of these larger grain elevators in big cities are endangered. Number one, they're a nuisance. People like to trespass in these things. And if you've ever been in an elevator, if they've taken most of the structure out, there are open holes all over these bins. And it is a long way down. I've had a chance to get into this building with a guide, and I was watching my feet constantly when I was looking at this building. Again, another building that's going to be on my railroad. There's a ton of great pictures out there of this. An older picture and one of the newer pictures. As you can see, it has shrunk a little bit. And they are shrinking, all these elevators. If they aren't disappearing, they're taking down a lot of the space because they don't need as much. The electric steel elevator, again in Minneapolis. This one sits tucked between the BNSF Midway sub and the BNSF St. Paul sub. Both sets of main lines used for different things to keep the traffic flowing. The CP uses both of these tracks as well. The Minnesota Commercial runs on these tracks when they're doing transfers. There's all kinds of traffic, hence the reason I like the Twin Cities. This elevator is pretty much gone, if it isn't totally gone. This sits right next to the University of Minnesota. You see some of their parking lots in the background. The U of M built a new football stadium. They needed parking more than the company needed to pay the property taxes on these elevators and the ability to store. They have been removed. One of the problems is these things go away. This one is just short of the BNSF Northtown Yard in Fridley, actually probably in Minneapolis, just over the border. This is the Viterra elevator, still served by both the BNSF and the CP. I suspect this one is pretty much an oat or barley elevator, doing specific milling or specific processing for brewing, particularly if they're doing barley. I haven't been around to ask anymore. If you go in and ask somebody something, the first thing they're going to ask you is, why do you want to know? And then I have to bring in my model railroader and explain and show them a couple of pictures. And usually they'll tell me. I have had people tell me, no, we don't going to release that information. But again, sometimes you can get some cooperative people. Sometimes it's a switchman, what's in the cars. Sometimes they'll hand me a switch list and I can see what the lading is. Helps you out a little bit. And then we got to be able to export it. Again, this is one of the Louis Dreyfus elevators in Portland. There are a lot of these in Portland. The Columbia River is a big way to get seafaring ships inland so that they can be loaded. I throw this picture in because I wanted to, I missed it. I'll be back to it in just a second. I throw this one in because here again, if you need a bigger elevator and you want to build a bigger elevator, storage is a good way to go. Say, a lot of cars come here to get stored. You have a dumping facility, you have a loading facility. You can have cars in and out all the time. In my world, it's the Mississippi River. If the BNSF is a half block away, the Mississippi River is a block away from my house. Rest assured, my house is built up on enough of a hill that if it floods my house, because they can bring in 10 cars, 12 cars, 20 cars, fill up a barge and get it down the river. Doesn't always go down the river on rail. Conveyor coming over is from their rail dump facility. You can kind of see a little bit of that. ADM has a facility, or CHS has a facility here. The old GTA logo, Grain Traders Association, that's now a CHS company, so it's fading off the elevator on the outside. all the great gingerbread for conveyors and dust collection, great to model. Um, Stuff that's pretty available, and if you can't get it from Walthers, you can probably get it from the 3D printer folks. Again, a little bit picture of that CHS elevator loading a large freighter type ship. This one's going to go out in Superior, probably into Michigan, probably all the way over to the St. Lawrence Seaway and then out. It may go up to Buffalo, which is now the reigning flour miller capital of the world, I'm told. And this is my Louis Dreyfus picture. I thought this was a little closer to the other one. This is another one. When we went to the Portland convention, if you went to the train show, you had to catch a light rail. And I worked as part of the train show staff at that time. So I was riding the light rail anytime I wanted to come into the convention. And I kept seeing this elevator. And one day I walked across the street, and all I could see was the elevator and a few train cars. When I walked across the street, I saw, wow, this is really cool, because this is probably the tightest curve I have ever seen anywhere, to the point that the railroad shoves the cars in. I don't know if they have an engine that can get around the out. Dump them, they either go into storage or right onto the ship. And then there is the big. If you've ever been to Hutchinson, Kansas, it is the storage elevator capital of the world. They have laid claim to the largest grain elevator in the world. And that's the long one in the back. But there are plenty of whoppers here, all of which at one time were rail served, pretty much still are in a lot of cases. There's a lot of ways to get into this. I know the BNSF's in here. I know the Santa Fe's in here. Wouldn't surprise me if the UP wasn't in here somewhere. And this is that monster elevator. It's called Farmland B. DeBruce Grain had it. I don't know who currently owns it. This one had a pretty healthy grain explosion in the head house. If you took a close look at I believe it's Against the Grain 2, there's a picture of this elevator with a very large hole in the side. Grain explodes if you don't handle the dust and if you don't get it out of the way. Pretty scary stuff. Another shot of that elevator, this time with some rail cars in it. So let's talk about distilling and ethanol. Ethanol is an interesting product in the fact that we are going to use corn, and we've been using corn for alcohol for years. Ask anybody who moonshines. Basically, all we're going to have to do is get it warm enough, get a little bit of liquid in it, and start it to ferment. We may have to mill it a little bit to break it up. Some of the corn now is very, very hard, so they do a little bit of milling. They warm it up, put some liquid in it, and put it in tanks and let it ferment. Now, when it ferments, it makes all kinds of interesting products. One of the biggest byproducts is CO2. A lot of that's trucked off, but I have seen CO2 tank cars in ethanol plants. As a matter of fact, there are some plants that actually use the CO2 as their major product, and the ethanol as a byproduct, actually. So again, we're going to ferment it. We're going to distill it so we get it as pure as possible. Then we're going to go ahead and clean it up. We'll definitely play a little bit and denature it. Denaturing is when we add something to it so you can't drink it or render it consumable. Usually they put a little gas thing because that's where a lot of it's going to go. They sieve it out to get rid of any of the impurities. Then it's stored, tank cars to market. Goes to a refinery, goes to a tank farm, goes to anybody who's going to get it to the consumer to put in their cars or for whatever. The liquid off. There's an end product called distiller's grains. We're going to talk about those. But we also make things like corn distiller's oil. A lot of that goes into animal feed, but that is the precursor for biodiesel. And they actually blend it with old French fry grease. And then there's some fascinating stuff out there on actually making biodiesel where they go. I have seen it hauled in tank cars. Oftentimes you'll see that come in, and it generally has an interesting odor. So this is a pretty typical ethanol plant. Looks a lot like the one you might get from Walthers. Again, you've got storage, you've got grain storage. The corn comes in this plant out of covered hoppers. A lot of ethanol plants get their grain from a local area, so there's a ton of grain trucks as well. Those kinds of things are put in there. You may have noticed a line of containers sitting towards the front, red K-line containers. Guess what they're putting in those? Dried distiller's grain to ship for cattle feeding overseas, because distiller's grain is a little bit lighter than regular grain. And they're putting regular grain in containers too, but they can only put those in 20-foot. The 40-foot containers can hold a little bit more of the distiller's grains. You have the stills. This picture doesn't show the stills particularly well. So we've got our milling space. It goes back. We add water. We may have some extra storage in here. We add the water in here. The distilling area is back here. Off, the water comes off. That's how you purify the alcohol. They're almost always steamy. If you're in the winter, sometimes you can't even see the plant. Here's a little bit better, showing the stills, grain storage. Again, there's some processing going on here, different kinds of additives for water, and then it's actually pumped over to the areas. And in this case, they may also be producing biodiesel. Looking at the tanks, there may have been some biodiesel. There's some cooling involved because obviously there's a lot of heat, so they have to regenerate a lot of that steam and water. They're reprocessing a lot more at this plant. This is a Flint Hills Resources plant. If you know Flint Hills Resources, the Koch brothers, Koch Industries, that's one of their companies. And every time I tell people, and they show me their 4x8 railroad with the loop, and they say, well, it's not real prototypical. Welcome to prototypical. This is the Louis Dreyfus biodiesel plant in Grand Junction, Iowa. That is a 4x8 loop. Now it has the same kind of pieces, the generation and the blending, the stills, those kinds of things, the things that they would need to blend. They load a ton of tank cars here. They probably even produce a little bit of soy diesel along the way, because I see some covered hoppers in the mix. But again, small town Iowa has a lot of these, small town Wisconsin. Transport, you gotta love the folks that are making those nice 50-foot tank cars for us in the modern day. But those of you who model transition or even back into the steam, Staley transported ethanol with 40-foot tank cars. They made a lot of it. They made corn oils. So tank cars for you are just a little bit different than the ones I like, but they're out there. Again, let's show a little bit of Staley. A little bit older tank car. I don't think this is ethanol, or this guy would be overcome by it. I suspect this might be corn oil, but I threw the picture in to show you a little bit of the loading process. Again, if it's a clean product, there's probably a covering over the loading, so you don't have to show all the pipes and tubing. Ethanol for auto consumption, not as crazy. Walthers makes this exact structure perfectly. They even make the drip pads and some of the padding. You see that you've got a nice pipe bridge as well. Lots of ways to put some nice gingerbread on your railroad if you're going after your prototype modeler certificate. Building an ethanol plant to scale would be a wonderful way to do that. And there's a lot of kits available to get you started, but there's a lot of things that you can add to the mix. Again, you see the drip pads. We don't want any of that going into the ground, into the groundwater. Groundwater is pretty precious around here, so we want to make it and keep it good. Byproducts, dried distiller's grain. Looks a lot like corn, doesn't it? But it's much finer. This is the dried stock. This is basically a powder. And we're going to load it into covered hoppers. Bigger covered hoppers because it doesn't weigh as much, so we can get away with 4 bays. Trough loading because it's going to come down just fine. This is at Badger States Ethanol, a Wisconsin plant down by Monroe, Wisconsin, just north of Freeport, Illinois, served by the WSOR. So it's definitely out there. And then there are these things. One of my friends called me from taking the California Zephyr, and he was going through a tumma, and he goes, why are there coal hoppers covered in tarps? And I said, I don't know. Let me check. Took me a while, but I discovered that wet distiller's grain is shipped in cars like this. A couple of things you need to know about wet distiller's grain. It does not have a long life. Excuse me, they don't bother to dry it. So as it dries, it gets very hard. That means hard to get out of the cars. They have car breakers for the bigger dry distiller's grain. If that gets caught, if they actually put a wand down in the car and dig it out like a backhoe to stir it up. But these things, if it gets hard, it's like concrete. The aluminum hoppers help with that, but they got to keep it from drying out. So they have these really nice covers. A number of people have 3D printed these covers. The one that I know specifically is Protoloads. Those of you in N scale, Kato makes this car. The HO guys aren't fortunate enough to have it yet. I lobbied with Kato a bunch. They still aren't doing it. Wish they were. But we can do it in 3D printing. It might be a little bit pricier. I think over time we'll get some better solutions. Distilling and brewing. You'd be hard pressed to build a Coors brewery if you didn't selectively compress. These guys eat grain and pump out product like nothing you've ever seen. In the older days, they would actually ship tank cars of what was called roe, which was beer that needed to be finished, out to the East Coast to their brewery in Virginia to finish the distilling process. Yeah. So they were actually shipping beer. It came off the BNSF to the Norfolk Southern, and the tank cars were interesting because they had a manway on top of the manway where you've got all the railings. There was a locked box. You couldn't get into one of these cars. Not that you'd want to drink roe anyway. But I figured you needed to see a brewery that's a little bit more modelable. So Blatz. It came out of this facility. Old Style was bought by another brewer, and they took that over to another set of breweries. I think Stroh bought it. I'm not 100% sure. They're the folks that do slits. They no longer brew Old Style here. They brew other products. Lately, they've been a contract brewer. If you've had an Arnold Palmer alcoholic iced tea or regular iced tea, it's probably made in this plant. I know they were doing the Jack Daniel's Lynchburg lemonade for a while. They did not your dad's root beer. They've done a ton of things in this plant. Scheduled coming up in 2022, they're taking over the brewing of Pabst Blue Ribbon. So they're going to have a lot of big processes. So they're brewing plus they custom brew for a number of microbreweries and other people. So there's always tank cars, sweetener tank cars, water tank cars. You may wonder what corn sweetener does in the beer process. It kicks up the ability to ferment beer. They put it in with the grain, and you've already got sugar in there. You start to heat it up, and the sugars start to become fermented, and you get a little bit better grade of beer. Helps light beer processing. Isn't quite as important with regular beer. But this is a wonderful place. This is served by the BNSF. They run a local down here once a night, sometimes every other night, depending on what their carload looks like. Again, tank cars galore, but, and this is their structure, they also put in spent grain. Anytime they're brewing something, they haul out the spent grain, but they also get grains for brewing. So there's all kinds of stuff going on. They use a track mobile because to get the BNSF down here every time they want to move a car, probably not going to happen. So they use a track mobile, but the BNSF brings in the cars. And like I say, it's kind of a small local job, but usually they have between 4 and 10 cars a night. It also runs with a caboose because they have to back down to this plant. So it's kind of an interesting job. I've got the diagrams for this if anybody is curious and may want to see. It would be a great shelf layout job if you just wanted to do a one railroad job. And so I end this. I'm gonna end a little bit early this trip because Speed told me yesterday 45 minutes, so I'm gonna stay on it. I saw this. This was an elevator in Canada, and these things aren't light. These storage elevators are huge, and if you don't build them on great soil, bad things happen. They start to sink, and when they start to sink, those nice little columns, they start to crack, and that's why you'll see a lot of cracks that get patched. I've seen a lot of patchwork elevators. I showed you a couple of them. I know Cyril's had some. So each of these elevators is unique in their own way. So if you're modeling a location, do a little bit of an internet search. That's what I do. I'm close enough to the Twin Cities. If I want to go see something, I can go up there and see it. But if it's been torn down, where am I going to find that information? Well, the state of Minnesota archives historically significant buildings, and they send out photographers to document those. The Minnesota Historical Society, the state of Minnesota, the Minnesota Department of Agriculture, I'm sure your state does exactly the same things. The Minnesota State Department of Agriculture has an elevator guide with pictures of every elevator in the state and a couple other places as well. So if you're looking for various things, internet search, Google is your best friend. When people ask me questions and I don't have a direct answer, I start hunting and I start searching Google, and I'll try 3 or 4 ways. When I was searching Hutchinson, I didn't intend to use that flour mill for a presentation when I was looking at the old Hutch job with the NW5s, but here it comes. Save the picture. You're going to use that someday, or you may use it for modeling. Again, there's all kinds of research out there. So this is pretty much where I'm going to stop and maybe take some questions. We went through it fast, I know. Apologize for that, but if you have questions, I'll spell my email address if you want to talk to me a little bit more. It is David, Davidl Berman, Burman, at gmail.com. All that David L. Berman is all one word. I'm more than happy to answer questions. If I have a resource that you can that you may want to find, I can tell you where to get it, or where you might find some additional information. There's all kinds of stuff out there on ethanol. There's some wonderful videos on ethanol and biodiesel that the state of Wisconsin has produced via their DNR group. So there's all kinds of stuff out there if you know where to look. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing and see if we have some questions.
Thanks very much, Dave. A great presentation once again. Just a comment, that last picture you put up of the elevator tilted, that there is online an article and a bunch of photographs of that. They actually righted that thing, and it's back in service. So it was just a soil failure. It slumped and it tilted, and then they managed to figure out what the problem was and jack it up and get it back in service. So it's amazing what they could do. A couple questions from our chat. How did they clean the cars? Was it on site, or were they sent back somewhere else to be cleaned and then brought back on site?
Well, ironically, today, a lot of the cleaning is about basically putting a hose in it and washing it down. But if you need a little bit more purity, they went into tank cars and cleaned asphalt and tar out of them so they could be used to haul more pure petroleum. And so somebody's going down in that car with breathing apparatus. They try to stay out of the cars when they have grain in them, because if you know anything about grain, if you get into it, it may look solid on the top, but if you get down in it, there's no way to get you out of there but empty the bin. And lots of people lose their lives in grain bin accidents. It's a very, very scary thing. So that's why you see around all the newer elevators, they have fall protection. You're 12, 15 feet up on a rail car, you're going to fall to the ground, you're going to break something. But if you get into that car, they need to be able to get you out. And I was just watching a video where they literally had somebody in the car up to their midriff. Their belly button was covered, and they actually put some of those shovels, like the early getting the grain out of the car, they put it down, and then they took all the grain around them and then pulled them out. It's a pretty daunting process. So they do a lot of cleaning, particularly of cars that are susceptible to contamination. Sometimes you'll see covered hoppers going by that say do not enter, fumigated. They do a lot of things to get rid of insects and such in flour cars so they don't have impurities.
Okay. In a typical milling operation, would the mill just be
Of things, and every time they would change, or they may have separate mills that did certain things. Nokomis did a lot of wheat. I know they did oats and soy. ADM mills all kinds of flour, and if you go to any natural food store, you can find flour made with everything. So a smaller mill, it might be easier to clean and do the process. A bigger mill may concentrate specifically on things. That General Mills mill in Fridley, the last I knew, all they were doing was oats. They were cleaning other grains, but all they were prepping for predominantly anything more than just cleaning the grain was oats. So again, it depends on the product. It depends on what they're trying to do, what the company wants to do. Ardent Mills, I didn't show you an Ardent Mills thing, but the mill up in Hastings, I know, does a lot of product specific to the buildings, and the rye is another one that you might find. Got to have that pumpernickel.
Somebody's asked a question. Where do you come across the brewery track diagrams, that type of thing?
The brewery track diagrams. Well, like I tell people, when I go to train shows, silent auctions, swap meets, I look through the guys who have the paper, because there's always somebody who's dumped some railroad paper in that stack. And I found a Minnesota commercial timetable that had the diagrams for the Hiawatha Milling District. I found through, I happen to see on the table, the BNSF, it's the Minneapolis-St. Paul Spot Guide, which is where I got the Purity Oats and the Fridley Mill. Other times I have a few friends that work for the railroad, and if I ask them to do something, they'll photocopy something for me, and you don't know where you got it, so I won't use their names. But every now and then I can get those kinds of things. I've got some pieces from the CP. I'm working on a UP project, a little bit of a UP branch that runs along the Minneapolis, or the St. Paul yard, the CP St. Paul yard. They have a small yard, and then they have something called the barge line. A model railroader has worked that job, and so I'm going to pump him for information, and see if I can do some quid pro quo and give him something that he can use for ore modeling or something like that. But you just kind of have to dig, and model railroaders collect things. So sometimes the guys in your operating group, one of my operating guys worked for the Milwaukee Road as a train master and he has a beautiful model railroad. If you go to River Rail, modeled down to the nth degree. And when I wanted to know about the Wabasha, the Golden Loaf flour mill, you may have seen white Golden Loaf cars. He worked it. He has it modeled down to the windows in the right locations. He can tell you everything about working it. If you get a model railroader that's also a real railroader, sometimes it's hard to get them to talk, but once they start, if they're willing to be recorded, open the recorder and let them go. You'll get a ton of information.
Okay. You mentioned a lot of the large storage elevators are cutting back in size. What is the reason for their cutting in size? Just the efficiencies and moving the product out now, or?
Yeah, efficiencies in moving the product out, a lot more processing closer to the end user. One of the strange things about Cheerios is they make Cheerios out on the West Coast, so they're looking at milling out there. So they're building elevators in different places. Again, I just saw down in the Phoenix, Arizona area, Bay State Milling, which has a huge facility here in Winona, just across the river where I work, but they have a facility in Glendale, or Avondale, I think it's on the west side of Phoenix. They just built a large slip form elevator for more grain storage because they're getting a lot of people interested again in flours locally. They're baking a lot more product in the Arizona, California, New Mexico markets. So they're producing more. So it's not completely terrible. A lot of these older elevators are probably just, their time has passed. Their value for in-town real estate, everybody wants to be close to downtown and in that cool area. That's what's happening in the Twin Cities. They want to be there. Or the cost of maintaining them is just too high. So I suspect they're getting built out on the periphery, more modern facilities. Metal has replaced concrete as the bin of choice in a lot of cases, at least on the farms and in the smaller elevators in towns. So a lot of it's going other places, I think.
Yeah. And one final quick question: these larger mills, round the clock railroad switching on them?
The Minnesota commercial and the Milwaukee, according to my Milwaukee source, ship twice a day, work twice a day. With the mill district, Nokomis closing, I'm guessing they may only get shipping once a day. now. I'd have to check with the Minnesota commercial sources I have to see what they're up to. But a lot of these mills were shipped twice. I suspect the Washburn mill, some of the bigger mills in Minneapolis may have had shift change milling. So they may have been worked twice, maybe even 3 times a day. Obviously, you have to maintain, you have to clean, you have to do things. So they may have been off at times. But I know at least in the case of along the Hiawatha district, the Milwaukee switched twice a day, and for a while, I think the commercial did too.
Okay. Well, very good. Thanks a lot, Dave. Appreciate it. Another interesting one, and we look forward to your next one on getting this product down the river. Looking forward to that. So thanks very much. For a reminder, everything you see here today is being recorded. It will appear on the NMRA site and the YouTube site later. Okay, welcome back to the second clinic of our live clinics this Wednesday afternoon at Gateway X, NMREX presentation of our annual convention. The second clinic we're having this afternoon is Jerry Hoverson. He is a master model railroader, number 347, previous Lone Star Region Division 3 director and chairman of the 2009 Lone Star Region Convention, and a retired naval aviator. So Jerry's got quite the interesting background. He's going to talk to us this afternoon about planning your layout before you install benchwork. So I have an idea what that's about, but Jerry will tell us if my idea is correct or not. So Jerry, if you want to start sharing your screen and get your presentation underway, we'll enjoy that.
Now sharing. There it should be. And I'll put it in presentation mode. There we go. You should now see it.
Yep, we see it, and that's full screen for everyone.
Okay, are we ready to start?
Yep, you
Yeah,
start.
go ahead.
Well, welcome to Planning Your Model Railroad. As you can see on the screen, if you don't do a lot of planning, it's going to get pretty messy. And I'm just going to give you some hints on what to do or what to think about as you're getting ready to plan. And what do you think is the number one most important element that will affect your planning of your railroad? The most important element is scale. Okay, and here's kind of just all the different variation scales and so forth, but it'll affect everything else that you do um, for obvious reasons. Okay, and just to put it in perspective, here's some pictures of all the most popular scales from Z all the way to G, and they are proportionally correct with each other, just to kind of give you an eyeball idea of how the scales interact so you can think about what you want to do. Okay. Planning a railroad can be a hobby unto itself. In fact, a lot of people, that's all the farther they ever get. One, either they like it a lot and they have a lot of fun doing it, or they're just afraid to get started because they're afraid of not getting it right. Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. Planning doesn't stop when the construction begins. You'll always be planning and replanning and changing and modifying. So whatever method you use for planning your railroad, whether it's paper and pencil or computer-aided design, it's probably a good idea to keep it handy with you when you're continuing on with your construction. And don't be afraid to let your plans evolve as the layout progresses. I can tell you from experience that almost every railroad I've done and almost every town I've built in a railroad never ended up or something like that. So don't be afraid to let it change and evolve. Okay. Also, most of the meat of this presentation was actually lifted from the presentation on the URL I just put up on the screen. I've modified it a little bit for so forth, but when I first created this clinic years ago for my division, I did a little bit of research, and this is where I found most of the information, and it was extremely good info, so that's why I use it here. Okay, but if you're still looking to get it right, here's some things to consider, and it'll involve 5 major elements. First one is we call essentials. That's defining the constraints that you have to build this railroad under and your basic goals, what in shapes that you want the railroad to take, and it'll shape all your other decisions. Secondly, givens and druthers. This is kind of a list of what you want the railroad to do um, and what you want to do it with when you're playing with it, what you want it, how you want it to operate and so forth. We'll get into all these in a little more detail. Standards, you'll establish some of those under the essentials, but then when we get to the element, the standards element, we'll get a little bit more detail and set some actual standards that we'll adhere to while we're building a railroad. Fourthly, best practices. Now, these are things that have been around for a long time and are tried and true. They, like Elgert or benchwork and um, those sort of things. They've been around for a long time. People have tried other things and found out that well, maybe I'll go back to the way the rest of the world wants to do this, and it makes a difference. So best practices is something to consider. You may vary from them, but it's something you should be considered when you're doing it. And finally, actually drafting your plan, putting your goals and so forth down, and putting it all on paper and starting to draw out how you're going to make this work. Well, let's take a closer look at all of these, starting with the first one, essentials. Essentials actually has 5 elements of its own. First is theme. Why do you want to build this railroad? Are you trying to reproduce a childhood memory, or are you trying to have a particular interest in something? They all kind of, doesn't really matter what it is. It's something that you have in your mind on why you want to build the railroad. And then what are you going to model? Are you following a specific prototype? Or are you trying to do a specific location or maybe a given era? Different things like that. What is the purpose of your railroad? Are you going to have realistic operations, or you just want to watch long trains run around in circles? It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's what you want the railroad to be. And then what operations are you trying to replicate? Are you trying to do an urban area, an industrial, maybe a steel mill, or a beach or a waterfront deal where you have a ferry and that sort of stuff to run cars across? Whatever it happens to be, that's what you want to make the railroad do. So the bottom line is there's, after all, no reason to build a railroad unless the railroad does what you want it to do. The only person you have to please when you design to build this railroad is you. Everybody else can render their opinions, but you're the only one you have to please. Under theme, also, you can either follow a specific prototype, but you don't have to. You can freelance. You can just pick a mountainous terrain if that's what you want to do, and start off and do whatever rolling stock and whatever locomotives you want. And just, it's your railroad again. You do it how you want to. Or you can do the best of both. Uh, Freedom to do things how you want them and run a specific piece of locomotive that maybe your prototype railroad didn't have, but you're still basically following a given prototype. That's kind of what I do. I My model railroad is called the Rocky Mountain Central on the standard gauge, and it's based off the Denver and Rio Grande Western. But because it is the Rocky Mountain Central, not the DNRGW, I can kind of make changes and do what I want to do with it. And my narrow gauge is based off the Colorado Southern. It's your railroad. Do what you want. Okay. And the second element under essentials is area. This is more or less fixed. You'll have a given space when you decide to build a railroad that you're going to use, and it requires the WAF, or I guess to be more political, I should say the SAF, the spouse approval factor, since some women railroaders might complain about having to have a wife approval factor. It might be the husband as well. Uh, don't let the fact that you only have a small space deter you from building a railroad. There are some very creative things that you can do to build a railroad in a small space. Uh, you can either change it to a multi-level design, or you can maybe go a smaller scale if you have to, or maybe you do modular and end up taking it and connecting it to other modules that somebody else has. Just to show you how creative you can get with a small space, take a look at what this guy did. He built a rollout shelf in an outside compartment of a fifth wheel travel trailer. So every time he goes camping, he pulls it out and starts working on his railroad or running trains. This is N scale, by the way. So that's pretty creative. Okay. There's some things you need to consider in when you're based on your area. Things like layout height. How high above the ground or the floor is the layout? It'll affect some things like your reach and the viewing angle and so forth. We'll get into that a little more detail later. Whether you want a single level or a multi-level layout. Room lighting, it's pretty important. You got to be able to see what you're doing. And a lot of that needs to be done probably before you get putting bench work down. Minimum radius, how sharp are curves you going to do? How about temperature control in the room? To be honest with you, because of the railroad and the track and that sort of stuff that it's built out of, you need to have temperature control, humidity control, and dust control. And those are across the bottom of the screen here. Very important elements that you need to have to keep things from expanding and contracting. How about electrical requirements? Does the space you have enough power to power everything? It doesn't take a lot of power, but still, you probably ought to have a dedicated circuit to that room, at least one. Layout depth. That's how deep your benchwork is. We'll get into this a little bit more later, but the bottom line is you got to be able to reach across. You want it no farther or no deeper than you can reach standing flat on the floor. That's going to be affected by height, as we talked about a minute ago. The higher the layout, the less depth that your railroad can have. How about minimum aisle space? Okay, face it, we're all getting older. We are not getting any taller, we're getting wider. So therefore, your aisle space is a big consideration. And you can see some of the other things here. We already talked about scale, backdrops, whether you use them or not. Floor stability. If you're on a second floor and the building's older, you may have some moving or things that could cause you for some problems. But if you're on the lower level on concrete, then it's not such an issue typically. There's some other things there. Continuous run or point to point. That's a factor. I used to have continuous run so that I could be open for open houses. I've changed that. In my new layout, I don't. It's all point to point, and it requires operators to run. But that's my choice, and that's the way I want it to work. Layout, lighting control. Do you want to have it be able to go from sunrise to sunset? Or are you just going to have it daylight only, and just so you flip a switch on and the light's on the way it is, and that's the way, and then that's what you get. All these are important considerations. I'm not telling you what's more important. It's up to you. Okay. Then standards. We talked about a little bit. We're going to get into a little more detail later on. But you need to set some standards and some basic standards early on. It's one of the essential elements. There's no simple answer, and the theme of your railroad is going to make a lot of the difference here. For instance, let's take that minimum radius we talked about just a minute ago. In N scale, 18-inch minimum radius is a very comfortable curve, and it'll work on just about all equipment that you have out there. But you take that same radius and put it in HO, and yeah, okay, most train sets come in or will run on an 18-inch radius, but any longer cars, like big long passenger cars, or larger locomotives like an articulated steam locomotive or something, will either derail or just not look natural on an 18-inch radius. It's probably not the best for a modern heavy mainline trackage. Okay, it'll work fine for industrial or maybe a narrow gauge or something like that. Personally, I use 36 inches. You take that same 18-inch radius and trying to put it in O scale, and it just looks toy-like. So scale, like I mentioned earlier, is probably the number one most important element that you have to decide on up front. It'll affect a lot of these other standards. Okay, here's a few other items that you, at this stage, need to set as standards and then stick to them. Okay, first off, minimums. We just talked about curve radius, turnout size. Okay, so again, that'll affect by what equipment you run on your railroad. A large locomotive isn't going to necessarily take a number 4 turnout, but in the yard with a switcher, you could probably use that. Set those standards, stick to them, and move on. Crossing height, that means how much space do you need above a given track when another track crosses it. Distance from the backdrop, why is that important? Well, you got to be able to get your hand in there if something derails. And also, you got to be able to have room for some scenery behind that backtrack. It may be very flat, it may not be much, and that's okay. But that's something you need to consider. And same reasoning, distance from the edge of the layout. Last thing you want is that big expensive locomotive to fall off the track and all the way to the floor. So set that front track back far enough that when it tips over, it just stays up on the layout. Or you have to put an acrylic border all the way around the layout to keep it from falling to the floor. Distance between tracks. Okay, HO 2 inches between tracks is kind of a standard. In most cases, that works well. Not so much on curves, especially the tighter curves that you get, and not so much if you want to put signals between tracks. Then you need a little bit more than that. So again, need that knowledge up front before you put paper to pencil. Aisle space, talked about that earlier. We'll talk about that even more later on. Distance between levels. Okay, well, if you have a multi-level layout, you need an appropriate distance that you can get in between them and then work on the track below and the wiring above without hitting your head or being uncomfortably contorted. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word for a minute there. Okay, and then height above floor. There's no real good answer for height above floor either. And not only is it a minimum, but it's also a maximum. It doesn't do you a lot of good to have your upper level at 7 feet above the floor. You can't see it. What's going to work for you is going to be whatever's comfortable. Kind of an average is 42 to 44 inches or so for an adult layout. If your intention is to have it viewable for children, then you probably want to be lower. If not, then the height will work for you in that range. But what I would recommend is going to multiple layouts and viewing them. Take a tape measure with you. You find one that you like, measure it. Make a mental note of that number and keep that in mind. Probably one of the most important maximums, though, is grade. That's pretty obvious, actually. How steep of a climb or a descent do you want the train to take? More or less a standard would be in the range of about a 2%, 1.5 to 2% for HO scale anyhow. Any steeper than that, and you're starting to talk about geared locomotives and or smaller trains because that's just what would take in a steeper grade. Uh, Depth of layout, we talked about that a little bit ago too. Length of the rolling stock, okay? With smaller radius curves, you probably want to keep it to 40-foot rolling stock. If you get any bigger than that, it starts to look funny or it starts to derail, and a lot of that's caused by the couplers and the one car hitting the other. Size of the locomotives that you're going to run on it. Okay, and then there's some other things to consider as well that are not necessarily minimums or maximums. Like you're going to set up a wiring color code. Highly, highly recommended. 6 months from now, when you have a wiring problem, if you've used whatever wire you have available to solve or to wire up something initially, then you're going to play heck to trying to debug that wiring problem. Okay, and you see some of the other things there, but one of the most important ones on this other list is accessibility, and we'll talk about that a lot more in a minute. Okay, another element under essentials is time and budget. Okay, we're all getting older. We all have limited funds. And so don't plan a gigantic monster layout if you're in your 80s or 90s and you don't have that much longer, or you're physically unable, or you just don't have the funds to do something like that. Stay within your constraints and plan accordingly. Many modelers have, planned this great big thing and gotten a whole bunch of kits, and they're still sitting in boxes at their house because they haven't had the time or the space to be able to use a lot of that. Okay, start small. Plan for expansion. Run a track out to the edge of the layout and stop it, and then future when you add another module on, you can continue on. Get something running right away. The sooner you can actually get a train running, the more comfortable you feel with it, that you've made progress and are moving on. You don't get discouraged. Okay, scale and gauge. We talked about scale at the very beginning because it is that important, but we'll talk about it a little bit more here. Scale, by definition, is the relationship of the model to the real world. And you can see an example here of HO. Okay. Well, a lot of modelers will model in multiple scales or build different layouts in different scales. Most of us are satisfied with just one. That's usually enough. If the size of your trains you choose will go a long way to determining Now let's talk about gauge. And this is one of the big arguments we've had in our division meetings at times, scale and gauge. They are two different things. Gauge has nothing to do with the relationship to the real world as far as size is concerned. It has to do with the width between the rails. Your standard gauge, no matter what scale you are, is 4 foot 8.5 inches between the rails. Narrow gauge will vary. The most common is about 3 foot or 2.5 feet. There's down to 2 foot narrow gauge as well. Usually 2.5 is noted as 30 inches. So to designate that, here's an example. HO standard gauge is of course called HO for obvious reasons. And the 3 foot narrow gauge is called HON3, where the N stands for the narrow and the 3 designates the distance. An HON2 or an ON2 would be just that, O scale, 2 foot between the rails. And that's a pretty common narrow gauge size as well. Uh, the biggest thing here is standard gauge and narrow gauge share the same common scale, and therefore they can be run on the same layout and your scenery is not compromised. In fact, modeling both scale or both gauges, sorry, I made my own mistake, on the same commodities adds a lot of interest in the operations and so forth. Now, you may consider if your constraints, you want a lot of stuff for your railroad, but your constraints are such that you can't get it in because of turn radius or grades or whatever, then maybe you change your grades. That's why the real railroads went to narrow gauge for that same reason, so they can negotiate the mountains and so forth a little easier. All right, the next element is called givens and druthers, okay? And it just kind of makes it's self-explanatory what it is what you have and what you want to have and how you're going to work them. Start by making a list. Don't start cutting the list right away. Put anything and everything down that you want on your railroad. However, make separate columns like you see here. Must have, would like to have, I take it if I got space or time, and put them in the appropriate column, okay? Some of your things that you might include are like scenic features, okay? So maybe you want tall mountains, or maybe you want a waterfront scene, or maybe you want desert, put that down. What kind of operating schemes? Do you want logging operations, or do you want mainline operations, or do you want an industrial? Control system, you're going to go DC or DCC? Benchwork designs, do you want it to be child friendly? It's, if you do, put that on your list. If you don't care, don't put it on the list. You can see some other things here, like different industries and different things. There's a lot more. This is just a sample of the things that you can put on your list, but all of them are worthy goals. If it's what you want, put it down. Okay, then take a look at your list and see what part of the railroad, if you have a particular prototype, that best suits your needs. And then model that portion of that prototype's railroad, okay? Or if for instance, Santa Fe, it can kind of do anything. It was a large enough railroad that the prototype went from busy mountain mainline to seaside port switcher to flatlands. But if you have a different type or prototype, maybe it only did mountains, or maybe it only did something else, the desert Southwest. So model that sort of area. If you're not prototype, then don't worry about it. Put down what you want the railroad to look like and how you want it to operate, and it'll point you in a different direction, and you'll go from there, especially if you're freelance at that point. It's also a good idea to put smaller goals down. Okay, and I've only listed a couple of them here. The like all curves must be super elevated, or must have signals, or maybe you have to have, or maybe you definitely want um, easements in your curves and that sort of stuff. While that may not affect your overall track plan, it will affect how you plan it. For instance, you must have signals. You may have to plan ahead of time on that, on where you're going to block for the signals, and if you're going to leave room on either side of the tracks for the signals and so forth. It will be affected down the road. All right, check it twice, look at it. You're going to have a lot more there than you can probably complete. So get ready to start cutting back. Yes, where the negotiations begin. This might take some time. With so many options, you'll have multiple ways to get done what you want to do, but you'll have to prioritize your list and work it from there. You'll probably revisit this several times, the priority, especially as you're going and as you proceed with your design. And there's some small other standards that you want to set. Now that you've got some of the main ones done, we can go a little deeper into standards. If you really want a long main line, but you don't have a lot of space, well, maybe you need to consider a smaller scale or a multiple level layout. Trains can climb steep grades and so forth, and tight curves. Model trains can, but they just don't look right, and they have their limits. There's also limits in yards, tunnels, bridges, and that sort of stuff. They can only get so close. Other standards are more of a matter of preference, but they still will affect how your track plan that you are happy with whatever you've done. Don't sacrifice quality for quantity. Okay, next element was best practices. Okay, access is extremely important. In the very first line there, I bolded because it happens every time. If you can't reach it, you can't maintain it, and Murphy's Law will apply. Guaranteed, that's where it will derail. Just a fact of life. Keep track at arm's length. Okay, so in other words, as you stand flat on the floor, can you reach the farthest away track? Okay, it's important. You can have scenery back farther that you may have to get on a stool to get to, but that doesn't move and doesn't break and doesn't derail on you. So keep things that are moving that can cause problems within arm's reach. This can have an effect on how you shape the railroad and what size the depth of the layout is and that sort of stuff. Include in this tunnels and long stretches of hidden track like staging yards and that sort of stuff. And make sure that you also have access to switch machines, electrical components, and anything else that moves and potentially break. Murphy's Law is alive. Aisle width is as important as platform width. Platform width, of course, is where the track all is and that sort of thing. But like I said earlier, we're all getting wider instead of taller, and aisle space becomes more of a premium. I've operated on several railroads where the aisle space was bare minimum because they tried to put in as much railroad as they can. And you spend more time waiting for another operator to get out of your way before you can proceed with your train. Not a lot of fun. That takes a lot of the fun away from it. Make sure you can people can get around. Um, there's several different designs that you can use for that. Keep it simple. This is very important. You've heard of the old spaghetti bowl effect. Okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. If people try and the main probably error that most people make when they're designing or drawing a layout is they try and pack way too much in the space that they have. And that's the spaghetti bowl effect. It proves that less is more. Keep in mind that real trains rarely pass through the same scene twice. So don't necessarily loop back through the same scene. It kind of detracts from the fact that your train's actually not going anywhere. It's going around in circles. You want it to seem like it's going somewhere. Balance the track and the scenery. It's so hard to do. Everybody wants to put in an extra siding here or an extra industrial track here, but you need some space for the buildings. You need some space for some scenery, some roads, and just some open space. It'll actually make a small layout look a little bit bigger. Height. We talked briefly about this a minute ago, but we'll get into a little more here. There's no single answer. It's what best fits your situation. Higher platforms give you a more natural viewing angle for adults and are easy access underneath and for construction and maintenance, but children can't see at it. You can't reach as far. So it's got some cons as well as pros. Lower platforms allow a longer reach and are comfortable for children, but you're always looking at rooftops, which may or may not be okay for you. And again, it all depends on what you want the railroad to be. Multiple level layouts, like I say here, combines the best and the worst of both features. I personally, I used to have a multi-level layout, but I don't do that anymore because I build operational layouts, and I just don't want somebody operating on top of somebody else at the same time. But that's my consideration, not necessarily yours. Take a look at your needs and consider the height carefully. Go to multiple layouts, visit them, take a tape measure with you, see what they are, see what's comfortable for you, and then set that. Don't forget, you can also have your layout, have the scenery drop below layout height. If you want a gorge of some sort, keep the track and the main layout up at your comfortable height, but then have the scenery drop down. Expansion, plan for it. Like I said, maybe as you're curving around a corner, put a turnout in and have the diverging track on that turnout go to nowhere, go to the edge of the layout and stop. Because at some time in the future, you can add another section of benchwork there and add a whole new area, and you're already into the layout that all you got to do is make that turnout operational instead of stationary, and you're ready to go. Plan for expansion. Let's see, extending the track. Yeah. Uh, Also, when you're not just the track and the scenery portion of expansion, but plan for your power supply. A starter power pack or a basic DCC system may be fine for you right now, but if you know you're going to expand later, it's worth your while to put out a few extra dollars now and get what you're going to need to cover that. I ran into this problem a little bit. I run DCC, and as I expanded, I needed to get another radio receiver, and lo and behold, Digitrax stopped making that, and I had to hunt around to find the right one because they went to the duplex, which is a different frequency. So it would have been better if I'd have bought everything I needed up front. And if you don't ever expand, well, the worst thing happens is you have a spare on the shelf if something quits working. But it's worthwhile to do something like that. All right, now we're ready. After all that stuff is settled and decided on, and of course it'll change as you go, but you're ready to start drafting the plan. There are actually special interest groups or SIGs out there on just this because a lot of people just like doing planning, never really actually build it around. But let's say we're going to build it, so we're going to start drafting our plans. Well, there's two ways. There's BC and AD. Good old paper and pencil, that's BC before computers. And then there's computer aided design or a la digital, AD. Let's look at BC first, or layout planning with paper and pencil. Nothing wrong with this. Nothing wrong at all. It's been done for so many years, long before the computer got into CAD design and that sort of stuff. A lot of great railroads have been done this way, and a lot of them start on cocktail napkins or school notebooks. To be honest with you, and then they just rough sketched in, and then you start taking measurements of your room. You take a ruler and graph paper and maybe a compass or a template like you see on the picture here, and start drawing things to actual scale. Um, and then you could be surprised how good you can get with paper and pencil and workable track plans, very workable track plans. Once you're kind of satisfied with your basic plan, and maybe make another drawing of the same footprint and draw in the bench work. That way you can make sure that joists and so forth that are supporting your bench work don't come up right where a turnout is. So you don't have to cut it later to put a under table switch machine in or something like that. And maybe you start putting a little color to it. Maybe sidings are a different color, or maybe you color in some scenery features with colored pencils. Remember, if all else fails, there's always another blank piece of paper right nearby and an eraser. You'll quickly be able to get that looking pretty good. And then there's layout AD or a la digital, computer aided design. This can be a whole hobby all of its own, to be honest with you. There's a lot that you can do here. There are plenty of CAD programs out there, from some simple ones where there's not much of a learning curve to fairly sophisticated CAD software where there is a learning curve, but once you learn it, man, you can do some good stuff with it. And a lot of them have actually three-dimensional views. You'll draw it first in two-dimensional, give it heights, and then click a button, and it'll go to 3D, and you'll see how things really are going to look. This is very, very handy if you're having multi-level track plans, or you have track crossing other track or something like that, because you may draw it in and plan it at a certain height, but when you actually go look at it in 3D, you don't have quite the clearance that you really need. Which one was right for you kind of depends on your comfort level with computer software and your learning curve, how fast you can pick things up, or how slow, how many times you have to do it, and so forth, and really like it. Um, Mainly because I can run trains on it and so forth. And in fact, some people actually do their model railroading in a virtual world. They'll create a layout and then they'll run trains on it that way. And as you can see in the lower right hand picture, there's a train on that 3D model they're running. Um, and I've done that, and it's really helped with grades and clearances and that sort of stuff. Very helpful thing, but it does take a learning curve. Take some time to learn how to use these things and use them well. They will put in easements for you. They'll put in grades for you. They'll do all kinds of stuff. It, in my opinion, this is just personal opinion, that a high-end program is well worth the investment if you're into doing any kind of design work at all. Okay, if all else fails, if you don't like either one of those two and you're not happy with it, you can always build a model of a model. I actually did this. I was stationed over in Korea for a year. Obviously, didn't have all my model railroading with me, but I was planning the railroad I was going to build when I got back to the States. So I took some balsa wood that I could find over there. You could use basswood or almost anything else, and used about a 1/4 inch to the foot scale, and made some 1x4s and did some bench work and put some cardstock on top of it, and used a Sharpie to draw the track in on it and so forth. Basically made a 3D model of what I was going to build when I got back to the States. Of course, when I got back, I didn't have that room. The room was different. So I threw it all away and started all over again, but I wasn't out much, and it gave me something to do for a year while I was over there. Something to consider. You can also use scale figures to help determine aisle widths and that sort of stuff as you're going in the layout of your towns and so forth. So drafting a plan, bottom line is drafting a plan can be a lot of fun. There's a lot of things to consider in it. And the more you can consider up front and set some standards and some things to keep in mind as you're drawing, whether it's paper and pencil or it's CAD, the better the railroad will go and the more fun you'll have. And you may turn out to be that's all you really want to do. Any questions out there?
There are some in the chat, so if you want to stop your screen sharing and readjust your camera there, Jerry, and
Okay.
we'll get to some of these questions.
Stop. I gotta get the cursor over there.
There we go. Okay, we're back. A number of people, or several people commented, when you start planning, don't keep plan the perfect layout, because the analysis paralysis, you'll spend your life planning and never build anything. So at some point, quit planning and start building. And it's only wood and stuff. You can always change it as you go. It's not a big deal. Aisle space. You talked about looking at that. Many people you're going to have operate, and then adjust aisles accordingly.
Yeah, I do. Although I kind of know ahead of time how many it's going to be. It takes 9 operators to operate my railroad, and I use a 4-foot aisle space.
Okay.
Yeah,
As long as you have a passing spot, that's the main thing then.
Yeah.
Okay. When you're planning, are you thinking ahead? You did mention about your electrical stuff. You're thinking ahead color schemes for your wiring diagrams, so everything's separated out, or you just get an idea what you want to do and detail your electrical plan later?
I kind of do both. Okay. I try and set it up first. Basically, like I know that every orange and yellow pair of wires is going to be building lighting or whatever like that. and I use color blocks for electrical blocks on the trackage and that sort of stuff. But I use a common rail, so I use a common color wire for that and a common size of wire. And then there are times when all of a sudden you'll do something different that you hadn't planned in, so you have to adjust from there. And if you have to use the same gauge and color of a wire, then it's best to label it. Use a P-touch, make a label, and stick on it. Because 6 months from now, when you have an electrical problem and you're trying to debug that sucker, if you don't have that down, and also what I didn't mention there, because it's really not part of planning, but it's part of actually building, is that if you have a color code and you have this stuff, document it all, write it all down, put it in a notebook, and keep it handy to you so that you can debug down the road electrically primarily. That's the
Standard you're thinking with respect to rolling stock, such as putting metal wheels on them and eventually, or running with the factory standard plastic, that type of thing?
I don't really consider that during planning. I do that, and I plan that. I plan on doing metal wheels and KD couplers for any layout, regardless of how I design the layout.
A person, most important element is design your and build your layout for you to enjoy. Don't try to please everybody else, because somebody will always find something wrong with it. So build what you're going to enjoy mainly, and then uh, take up uh, your pleasures out of that rather than trying to please everybody, because we know you can't please everybody.
Yeah,
A question, you mentioned about buying equipment up front if you can, if you're expanding. Uh, Somebody who's thinking of only running straight DC and not DCC, what kind of things would he be thinking about for future expansion?
in that case, you're probably not as important. If you're running straight DC, you're probably blocking it anyway to run multiple trains, unless you are only going to run one train, and then it's really not a consideration anyhow. That's probably more primarily with DCC, because as you add trackage and a number of locomotives running, you have to add another booster to handle the power and that sort of stuff, and the number of throttles you're going to use and so forth. It's more consideration for DCC than it is DC.
So I guess on that line, then you should give some consideration if you're using DC, how many potential operators you might have in the future. So you're looking at just a two-position switch for two people, or five-pole rotary switch, or that type of thing for getting your power to your track.
Yeah, how many trains? It's not how many operators, but how many trains you're going to run. Now, I have operated another very nice layout in Baton Rouge that was DC only, but you didn't move. You passed your train to the next town, and so your operator stayed in that town. So you didn't really. You still had to change blocks, or so you accepted that locomotive, but it was pretty much a more of a operator stayed stationary, and instead of worrying about switching your block as you ran around.
Okay. One thing I always remember from your like that, so we had 22-inch radius, you had a 26-inch square, and within that square you could fit a quarter of a turn or certain trackage. So even if you're roughing it out, you can put squares over your area and get an idea of what will fit rather than trying to jam too much into a given area. But we all admit Mr. Armstrong was an absolute genius when he came to that kind of stuff.
And that's a good point. I hadn't considered that, but yeah, I mean that kind of automatically puts you in easements for you as well.
I'll just check quickly, see if we have any more questions. Nothing there. And nothing there. Okay, so that's the end of our questions. I guess we're ready to cast you free. Thank you very much, Jerry. Very interesting clinic. I'm certain everybody learned something from it, and we'll all take that into heart when we start planning the perfect layout. So thanks again.
Okay, so before we just go over to the question for you guys in the comments is DC or DCC. So, in fact, it's not. It's DC, DCC, or dead rail. Okay, so DC DCC, or dead rail. Unfortunately, cockwork's not an option, Bruce. So you'll have to just live with that one for me. But we'll be right back at the top of the hour with our next clinic with Andy. It's Andy Ambrose from the UK doing his clinic. It's a really interesting clinic on how your layout can expand. It builds upon what we've just listened to there. So hang around for that. We'll be right back.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back to the afternoon drive here at Gateway X, the virtual NMRA convention, coming to you from various places around the world. We've had a couple of good live clinics already this afternoon, a couple more planned before we hit the roundtable discussion at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Right now, we're going to hear from Andy Ambrose, who's going to give us a chat on imagine that layout design stuff. Andy's going to show us how layout can change its shape and entire nature over the years. Andy lives in UK, and apparently Milwaukee Road Pacific expansion has been brought back to life in the 1990s. So it must be sweet to be able to have an office that allows you to have a layout in your workspace. So very understanding boss, or you work alone. So either one. But anyhow, Andy was going to talk to us. So Andy, if you want to start your screen share and we'll get your clinic underway.
Good evening. Is that okay? You seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're great, Andy.
Jolly good. Well, bit embarrassing to come on immediately behind Jerry with his bit on planning the layout, because it might appear as we go through that there's been very little planning with this one. Truth be told, though, there has been quite a bit of planning as we plan to add bits and pieces to it. Started off with a 12-foot by 20-inch logging layout based on Yosemite Valley. And at the time I lived on a boat, which was not perhaps the easiest place to have a layout because the trains kept coming off the track, you know, in a storm 10 or anything like that. But so moved it to the office. This was the original layout. It was 8 foot with 4 foot hidden sidings. Wasn't actually built by me. I saw it at a show and it was up for sale and it had a digital setup with it, and the price of the digital setup was cheaper than I could go and buy one in a shop, so I bought the whole lot. And that was my first entry into modeling American outline. But as you'll see, I got rather hooked on American outline. The hidden sidings on it were very restrictive, so the first thing we did was phase 2 of it. I added another 4 foot to the fiddle yard. I bought some more stock and a bit more and a bit more and a bit more, you know the feeling. So we had to extend it more. And by this time I'd moved it into the office at work, and I was commuting to work from Poole Harbour in Dorset, a 3-hour drive each way. So I sort of had a fairly good boss and we extended it a little bit more. As you can see, it's entirely made of foam. I don't know, and the scenic structures are all made of foam as well. They're the spray can foam that you get for cavity wall insulation, which makes very good mountings. But one of the troubles with it is I forgot the expanding bit, so we had to come in the following morning and it expanded all over the track work. We had to cut it back again. We tended to do the extensions when the office was empty, for obvious reasons, and sometimes we didn't have a lot of material handy with the shops not open, so we used whatever we could excuse me, to do the backbone for the scenery. These 2 shots are bits of cardboard cut up to provide the base and then the foam on top. We've now gone up to a 16 foot by 8 foot L shape, and we've got that track diagram which shows the hidden sidings to the left there just serving the small station. It was still a logging layout, but it really wasn't big enough, you know, to run mainline diesels. And by now, I'd acquired another big boy and SD90s and things like that. So the layout just had to be a bit bigger. That's it in its original L shape in the office. Then came phase 4, where we moved some of the office furniture about. That's the original bit on the right hand side there, and as you can see, we've extended with Cliff's Bridge and moved the sawmill into the center of the layout, and I don't know if you can see it round the edge. You notice that I use copper tape for a lot of the wiring. It's good because it's very easy to do, but once you've covered it with scenery, it's difficult if you get a problem. This was what phase 4 ended up looking like. It stayed like that for a while until the following Christmas, but it was still very limited in operating fund because of the just total absence of significant staging. So we decided we'd go a bit bigger. That's the original sawmill with sealing it down. You can, as you can imagine, a lot of the wiring, being copper tape, is underneath the scenery we've now stuck on top of it. But haven't had a lot of problems with it, touch wood. We were still a little bit limited on size, but I think we did, I don't know, we must have done about 20 exhibitions in that year with it. And, you know, I'm more of an operator than I'm anything else, and it was very, very limited, just running out and back all the time. Especially once you start to buy more and more stock. So Cliff, who's one of our group, excuse me, decided we needed to put staging underneath the existing layout. So now we started on the second deck. I did ask the boss about it. He didn't mind, and he you know, he didn't really sort of say either way. But on one occasion, we had a visit from the VAT inspectors, and the VAT inspector happened to be a member of a model railway club from about 30 or 40 miles away. So instead of the tax people going through us with a fine-tooth comb, most of the 2 days he was there was spent playing trains, basically. And ever since that, I mean, he did look at a couple of invoices and things, but ever since that, my boss has taken a rather nicer view to my layout being in the office. But obviously it was no longer Yosemite Valley, so plans changed. So the next phase was to move into the Feather River Valley. So we've now got a mainline layout fed by the hidden sidings from underneath. At which stage Cliff built, the front piece is not yet put up. You can see sections of that line on the top deck. But we've now gone to 2 decks. But Cliff, who cut and built most of the helix, I must have given him some wrong dimensions, because he ended up making it 3 levels. So we've now got a triple deck layout. We've still got this blessed set of cupboards in the office, which prevented us from using the 4th wall. But this, what you can see at the moment, is the phase 5 U shape 2 level. This is the phase 5 moved on a bit. We've moved Jasmine's desk again so we can get a walk around. Jasmine is the Chief Operations Officer at our company, who I share an office with. And we've, well, she's had to put up with a lot. And in the meantime, at home, I built the section to the left, which is Oakley's yard, intending to take the place of the filing cabinets and the tool cabinet. We've now covered 3 walls of the office and almost gone up to the roof with the upper deck. This, what you can see at the moment, is the second deck, which was actually lifted to provide the next part of the top deck. We haven't actually installed Oakley's yard in the office yet. I've still got, well, it's up there, but it's not installed. Because what happened was that became the 4th wall section of the middle deck. And in the meantime, I built Brandy's aggregates modules, which go above that in the office layout. Excuse me, coughing. During lockdown, I had to have something to do at home, and I had acquired a 5-foot exhibition layout from Andrew Smith, which was Dayton Heights, which is a sort of rundown city scene, small yard, which is really nice. And he'd just taken that off the exhibition circuit, so I bought that off him, and I thought that would be nice if I expanded that to form part of the upper deck. So come to death, I actually built 3 more 4-foot by 2-foot baseboards to go with it. Then I acquired another small layout called Maniotti Yard, which was from Andrew Griffiths from Basildon Club, another local club, which I acquired when he had to move house. He's moved out to Wales, I think. But because I wanted some overhead, we'd got to the position where it didn't fit with Feather River Valley, because that was never electrified. So after a big conversation on the NMRA Facebook group, I wanted to find a location where there was overhead electric and mountains. And of course, there's no mountains on the Northeast Corridor. So I thought it might have to be a different layout and a new layout. But no, we came up with an idea that was put to me of the Milwaukee Road Pacific extension. So studying lots of books and reading up on that, I thought, yeah, brilliant. We'll relocate the layout as the Pacific extension of the Milwaukee Road. So now this section here, that you can see the pictures, will form part of the upper deck, as you can see here in this. The top bit is the new Dayton Heights section. Maniotti Yard to the right is a Canadian National Yard. Then I've got a refinery, which isn't built yet. I've got a lot of the structures and some of it built, but that's still waiting to be put together. And this has got to go into the office. We were going to put it in over the Easter holidays while the boss was away. So I don't know what he'll say about the lifting bridge going across the doorway and the fact that we've moved all the filing cabinets out and into the meeting room next door, but we shall see. As you can see, Brandy's Quarry, the top section there, is above Oakley's yard, and those two sections covering that wall have got to go in when I go back to work after lockdown. But just in case he doesn't like it, if anybody's got any vacancies, let me know. This is the upper deck of the Dayton Heights. You can see I've got more supports to go in there because we've got skyscrapers going on top of that lot. There's a F59 PH sitting there waiting to move. But what I've done in my layout history now is I've effectively moved everything to become the Milwaukee Pacific extension. It's depicting the 1990s era. That's the plan anyway. And it will be an electrified line with quite a lot of passenger service to Seattle, Portland, the Empire Builder, Chicago, etc. And of course the heritage train, the Olympian high waffer, which you've just got to have on any Milwaukee layout. But this section is in progress. To the left there, you can see the original Dayton Heights layout, a photo from when that was at an exhibition. And to the right, it's the Manioati Yard, which is the Canadian National Yard. And we're located theoretically around between Spokane and Seattle somewhere. Haven't really fully made my mind up on that. We're more freelance-ish than we are prototype, I suppose. Both of these layouts, if you lived in the southeast of England, you'd have probably seen most of my layout at shows here, there and everywhere, because we tend to take quite a few sections to shows. Both of these have been exhibited many times. Excuse me. There's masses of work left to do. All the overhead line equipment, I've got it on the first board to the left there, but I've still got to extend it through. We've got a substation to the right hand side there where the power for the overhead electric supply comes from. I'm wiring it up. I've unashamedly stolen Andrew Smith's concept of Dayton Heights, which was controlled by a dimmer switch, and the layout went from a day scene to a night scene by altering the dimmer switch, obviously, and ergo the name Dayton Heights was day to nights, which I thought was clever, so I nicked it. It's, you know, very much proto freelance. We've moved Amtrak west with their electric locos as well. It's now 11.5 kVA instead of 3000 volts DC. But it's very modern idiom from the point of view that it complies with the Greta Iceberg concept of conservation, because I think the whole of the Milwaukee electric was actually driven by hydroelectric power, which is totally sustainable in this day and age. So that should be good. What we're doing now is we're concentrating on a number of different things at a time, none of which are finished, which is probably very typical of my modelling process. We've got train tracks RFID readers that I'm mounting, as you can see in the right hand picture there, and linking them through to JMRI. Although I don't run JMRI for signalling and points etc., and routing. I'm running Railroad & Co., which is a bit of a problem because the two don't speak to each other. Although I have seen a layout on the internet that does actually front end JMRI with Railroad & Co. But I'm not sure how he does that. I think it was Per Larson's layout that operated like that. But the control center you can see on the left, the dispatcher's CTC panel, has got JMRI on the left hand side, the operations section of JMRI, and the track diagram, etc., on the right hand side of the panel in Railroad & Co. But they don't speak to each other, which is a problem. I might move right over to JMRI or one of the other systems, not sure. I'm just not perhaps technically minded enough to understand the complexity of JMRI, which is obviously the most powerful program out there that I've seen, but I'm not as computer literate as I would like to be. But I'm using the RFID readers, the trains and the passenger operations, and we're hoping to drive LCD LED screens on the layout so that the passenger trains will announce themselves as they arrive at the platform, you know, like you see at the main stations. But another thing that we haven't perfected yet. The other thing I'm doing is installing full signaling. This is a very, very slow job. I've been working on it for ages and still not got there. And the ultimate is fully remote operations using Wi-Fi cameras in the locomotives and some fixed CCTV cameras at certain points, so that the layout can actually be operated remotely. I was very inspired with Dave Avellis's operation of the Conrail's Onondaga cutoff, which, you know, you've got to look at. That is a fantastic operation, fantastic layout to start off with, but what he's done with that I think is brilliant. And I do believe that there's another chap somewhere out in the Atlantic Ocean who's planning a similar sort of operation. What's his name? Gordy. Yeah, Gordy. At once. But that's basically it. There is an RFID clinic on NMRX on the 18th of July at 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern Daylight Time, which will mean about lunchtime here. This is the crew. On the left, you've got Cliff and Albert, who are our Friday night fish and chip crew. We get together on a Friday night and have fish and chips and operate the layout and then take it out to exhibitions here, there and everywhere, where the exhibition organisers are not too embarrassed to see us, hopefully. And on the right hand side is Jasmine, who is the long-suffering person who's had her desk moved around so many times, has to find her papers every time we have a move. She does a marvellous job, bless her. And that's about me done. So I think I've finished well early, so I don't know, you know, if there's any questions. How do I get out of this? There. I'm finished early, Bruce. Sorry about that. I did do the presentation before to some of our members, but it took a lot longer. But my apologies for that. So it's
I'm assuming you know this person from Charlotte Ambrose who says, "Hi, Papa."
yes, my daughter.
Excellent.
She's recently written an article about the layout in I haven't got it to hand, but the British magazine Roundhouse in which she rather takes the mick out of me from start to finish of the article. But
Excellent.
yeah,
A question that somebody asked, I may have missed this, but what are the supports made of? He thinks he thought he saw one slide say concrete.
the supports for the upper deck of the layout are made of balsa wood,
Okay.
but they're meant to represent by wall brackets and fold out trestle lift 2 or 3 of the baseboards single-handed.
Okay. Another question. Do you feel having a smaller layout allows you to work more on details and electrical projects such as RFID and JMRI remote controls?
Yeah, definitely the answer to that is yes, it would. But I don't know, I wanted mainline. I like the American long trains and things like that. So we can run perhaps 25, 30 wagons on a train. The helix we've done a little bit too steep, so we have to use helpers on that. Yeah, I would get on faster if I didn't have to work in the office as well. That is a bit of a bind that, going into the office, you have to work on it as well, which is, such a shame. I'd get much more done if I didn't have to do that.
Won't we all be that way? Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have any problems with the local speed when reading the data from the RFID? And how many sensors do you have on the layout?
At the moment, I've got 12 sensors, 12 RFID readers, but I've also got the readers. Yes, you have got to travel over them at a reasonably slow speed for them to read, and that depends also on what you've got between the reader and everything else on there, sort of thing. But I've experimented with readers that we bought locally from a local electronics place, but the train tracks readers that I've got now are far superior. They will read it from a sort of higher speed and with the tags a little bit higher than the other ones.
Okay. Somebody has asked the question.
Excuse me, coughing.
What are your future plans? More trains, more scenery, more layout?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess that sums it up nicely.
I'm a bit of an impulse buyer.
That means you're a model railroader.
Yeah, I go to a show and I see something I like, and I've got to have a bit of layout that I can run it on. I think I need us. We've got the whole bottom deck of that now is staging, and I can get about, I think 12, 20, 25 foot long trains under there, and it's still not enough.
Okay, we have one. He says, I'm a modeler in southeast of England, modeling Washington states in various gauges. What inspired you to set it in Washington?
The NMRA Facebook group page, funnily enough. When I originally, we were in Feather River Valley, which is further south in California, but I wanted the overhead electric, and the only place where that and mountains go together seemed to be the Milwaukee Road Pacific Extension. So that's what made me move to Washington State, and that's what made me move to Milwaukee Road. So consequently, all the UP locos I've got, and all the BNSF ones I've got to go in the cabinet, and I had to buy a whole load of Milwaukee ones to go with them.
Okay, well, fair enough. Like any model railroader, buying stuff you don't need and then finding a way to use it.
Yeah.
Another question. Could your layout help others to earn their dispatcher certificate in the achievement program? It says that seems to be a difficult one to earn in the UK. Ask Gordy. And there's been some discussion on this, but what are your thoughts?
I don't know. I don't have the AP certificate for operations, so I've never gone for any of the APs because I didn't really consider myself good enough when you look at some of the standards of the winning models. But it's quite possible, and I'd be quite happy to do that. But I'm also a member of the Thamessiders group, who operate the Essex Beltlines layout, and they have more regular. Sorry about my coughing. They have had operations meets themselves. So with a combination of the two, and we're only a few miles from each other, someone in the southeast of England should be able to get sorted with us if they want to get in touch.
Okay, Gordy's got a couple of questions. I have one final comment from the feed. As
2 grandchildren, Isla, who's 6, and Oakley, who's 2. Isla has done some of the scenic work. The power station you saw, the substation, was built by Isla. And Oakley, the 2-year-old, he's absolutely train mad. He absolutely loves it.
perfect. Get them interested young and keep them interested. That's the way to do it.
Oh yeah, he's straight in the magazines when they come through the door.
Okay, Mr. Gordy.
Gordy, questions from Gordy. Okay, so I was trying to get something finished for the roundtable just there, which I think will surprise you all at 5 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 10 o'clock for us. So Andy, your layout's gone through quite a lot of transitions. What would be the things that you would do differently if you were starting from scratch today?
Planet.
And how would you go about planning it?
Well, it's sort of there's an aspect of this. I mean, probably a lot of model railroads have this. Was how big can I do it? And with a lot of people, it's how big will she allow me to do it? With me, it's how big what can I get away with the boss? You see, I did have a thought of drilling a hole in the wall and going through into the meeting room and the file storage room at work, but he put the block on that.
So do you live? You must live quite close to the office then. Now you're not still commuting from Dorset to
No,
the office.
I sold the yacht because I mean, I eventually did bring the yacht round to Malden, but I sold that because I was getting a bit old to run around and put up anchors and things like that. So the office was bigger than my room at home, so it had to be built in the office.
So, as this is a layout based in an office, and there are other employees there, have you managed to rope any of those in to help with the layout?
Not really. What the layout has done though has brought a lot of railway modelers and model railroaders out of the closet, so to speak. As I mentioned, the VAT man, but our bank manager, when he first visited us, he turned out to be a model railroader, and it's incredible. You know, he's now a good friend and visits regularly. You know, he may even be watching this tonight.
Fantastic. So what's the next phase?
The next phase is Wi-Fi. If you give me 1 sec, I'll have a look. I've probably got one handy. We've got these little cameras. That's actually not a Wi-Fi one. That's a radio frequency one. Going in the fronts of locos. That one's going in the. I don't know if you can see it behind me there. the Amtrak ice that you questioned last night.
Yeah.
They ran the before the cellar. They ran for about 6 months on the Northeast Corridor, and then they toured America behind an F-69 PHAC. Went to a number of different places. So that's that one. And I've got some that are even smaller. That, if you can see it,
Yeah.
is a Wi-Fi cam.
Wow. Where are you getting these from?
Off the internet.
Off the internet, off eBay, I guess.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Brilliant. So, remote ops by September then, eh?
No, I think I'll be a little bit behind you on that one.
Let everyone have a little bit of behind the scenes of NMRAX, how things work round here.
Yeah.
He goes, what about this?
3.
Just 3 of you. And single man crews?
Shouldn't we have fun? I say 3. There can be as many as 8 of us up there sometimes. It's not a, it's a Friday evening open house sort of thing, and people turn up, and we have other 10-siders occasionally turn up, and it's just an easygoing evening,
So is your plan to never retire? What?
And my plan was to retire at 55.
How'd that work
How's that
out for you?
I bought the boat, and I was going to sail the Pacific Ocean with the boat and go and visit the NMRA in Honolulu or wherever. In 2005. But the recession of 2005 forced me to maintain my position at work and to help keep my lovely children going and things like that. So I couldn't actually retire because the recession did give us a big hit at that time, especially the pension plans over here. You had the same with the 411s in America, I think, didn't they?
But 401s, yeah, 401ks, yeah.
Yeah. But I haven't really got any plans to retire. I'll just carry on.
What would you do with the layout?
Yeah, good question.
Do you think there should be more office-based model railroad?
I do, because I've seen the magic effect this has had on a lot of the visitors that we get to see us. We deal with, our company is a transport company. We run small bus services and things like that. And we deal a lot with county authorities, district councils, And the ice-breaking effect that them coming into the office and seeing the layout is tremendous. It really is. And they all ask you, oh, can we see it running, And then they're surprised that it's got sound and the digital aspects of it and, the other little gadgetry that we use. I'm really sorry about this coughing. I hope I haven't got the...
Yeah, we hope you feel better by when your next clinic is.
I haven't got the dreaded lurgy.
Yeah, there's no modern slavery at NMRAX, but we just hope you're fully recovered in time for your next clinic. When's
my next clinic got to be?
I think it was. You said it was. I think it's Saturday. Your next one.
Is it?
Or is it? Or is no? There's a clinic on the RFID stuff on Saturday.
Yes, that's Norton Brown, isn't it? Yeah.
I was just stressing you out.
I think there's been some brilliant clinics. But I hope you realise you've cost me an awful lot of money. You keep sending off the stuff in America after it's been on the show.
Well, as long as people are getting benefit from what we're doing, then that's what makes it all worthwhile. So that's what we're here for.
Definitely benefits from it. I think it's sort of kept me sane because I've been locked down on my own for 3 months. No one for health reasons.
Here's a question for Andy. Are you an NMRA member, and how long have you been an NMRA member?
Yes, I'm an NMRA member. I'm also a member of the NMRA local group Thamessiders, brilliant bunch of people. And I've been a member only for about 3 or 4 years.
Oh, okay.
And I found that to be really, really surprising because, you know, I've been in and around the model field for the whole of my life. I worked when I was 16. I was working for Beatties, the model chain, W&H Models, and I'd never really had much dealings with the NMRA. But a friend said at the Chelmsford Club, says, come with us. And from there, it's all, you know, brilliant.
Excellent. Well done.
I've met some really nice people.
That's I think everybody's met some nice people through the NMRA. That's the beauty of it.
Andy had a lovely trip to Aberdeen last year.
Yes. I think that was brilliant. I was so amazed that the bar never closed there.
Yeah, well, I was running the convention.
I think that was your fault, yes.
This you can't have the bar closing. People
No.
might, you know, dehydrate.
Yeah.
So, anyway, thank you so much, Andy. I think we're gonna just to give Gordy a bit of time to get his project finished for the roundtable. We're gonna just stop this clinic there. Thank you very much for sharing your layout. I think that's gives some people some great inspiration for building in phases, acquiring different layouts. You know, not necessarily having a plan, but getting there in the end. I think it's a great story of your modelling, and we appreciate your company. Although the irony is not lost on us that having a model railroad inside the bus company offices. Hopefully, you're not providing rail replacement bus services, but
We
you
do.
probably are, and so the irony is not lost on us. But we'll hopefully have you on a future NMRAX to give us another clinic, Andy. Thank you so much, and
Thank you.
we'll wish you good night.
Thanks a lot, Andy. Appreciate it. So we got the wheel of chat going, or we got a chat subject to fire their way. Okay, welcome back to the final hour of the afternoon drive on Wednesday at the NMRA X Gateway X convention. We've had 3 outstanding clinics so far this afternoon, and now we have another what promises to be an outstanding clinic on the way, leading into the roundtable discussion at 5 Eastern Daylight Time. Our presenter this time is Gordy Robinson. Thanks to all his hard work and the other putting this together and making a story. And this is what he found out yesterday. And this is all because of NMRA X Gateway X convention. So Gordy, if you want to tell us that story and then lead into your presentation.
I would have been more prepared if you'd warned me. I would have had the photograph. But yeah, I got an email yesterday from Terry. He's a chap who lives in Orkney, who's been watching the show. Turns out he lives 100 meters from my house. So yeah, that's pretty awesome. And yesterday, just before I went live, I ran down, grabbed a quick selfie, socially distanced with Terry, who used to be an NMRA member, who I'm sure now will become an NMRA member. And Terry got his photograph, and we did share that at one point yesterday afternoon as well. So hopefully Terry's watching this in his house in the village of Bury, on the island of Bury in Orkney, just a few meters away from actually my front door, which is pretty cool. So yep, thanks for your introduction, Bruce. So I'll just get this thing sharing here, and then hopefully you'll be all good. So my clinic is about track planning from track charts. We'll go through a few different things here tonight, and we'll cover that off in a slide in a little while. But before we get into this, a little bit about me. If you're not already familiar, we do talk a lot about where does Gordy come from and what does Gordy do. So, but we talk more about NMRAX than we do about Gordy's modelling. So, I live in Orkney. It's a group of islands off the very north coast of Scotland. Go to the top of the mainland UK and keep going, and you'll find us. I volunteer a lot with the National NMRA on both the social media team and helping out with some of the marketing with Christina, the marketing consultant, and also within the British region, where I am the division rep for Scotland, which is the equivalent of being a division super in the rest of the world, and also the media and events coordinator for the region. So I organise various events for the region, such as a convention where a local division doesn't want to take it on. My primary scale, and I have to keep telling myself this, my primary scale is N scale. There will be no purchasing of things in other scales for at least the whole of 2020. That is my mission. And I already failed because Kaylee sold me some HO scale hoppers at Springfield in January. But since Springfield, I have not bought anything that isn't N scale. So I'm doing pretty well. It's got to be 6 months nearly now. So we'll keep going for that. No matter what scale I model, unless it's my O scale stuff, I suppose kind of just broke that whole thing there. I model railroads exclusively in southeastern Wisconsin. I currently hold 4 AP certificates. I'm working towards 3 others, and that'll be my master model railroader finished. I also have layouts that are exhibition layouts, as we call them in the UK, modular layouts, you'd call them in the US, in both HO and O scale 2 rail. And I also model O scale 2 rail British stuff as well as North American prototype with my father, who still lives in England and has a layout that would have been on the 2022 convention layout tours. Unfortunately, that won't be happening. So what are we here to do today? Well, there's a few learning objectives with any presentation that I try to do. I try to just set out where we're going and what we're aiming for here. And the main thing here is, what on earth are track charts and maps? A lot of people talk about Sanborn maps. We're not going to talk about Sanborn maps. I'm a modern era modeler. If you're modeling anything post 1960s, you're probably going to struggle to find a Sanborn map that's pretty accurate for what you want. Maybe you will, but the ones that seem to be available seem to stop around the transition era. So for the more modern eras, you're a bit stuck with other sources, and 2 of the best sources are track charts and maps, whether that be Google Maps or some hand-drawn maps, which I'll show you in a little second. We'll talk about why you should use them. We'll talk about where you can find them, and for your layout, there's some really good sources out there that are quite easy to find. But then I think that the majority of the clinic, to make life easier to understand why these are important, is we're going to use my layout or part of my layout as a working example. I was setting out to do the entire layout. When you see how big the layout design is, you'll realize that to go into the level of detail that we'll go into tonight or this evening, that just simply would not be possible in 45 minutes. But it does give us scope for some further clinics on layout design and track planning in the future, and we can talk about some of the elements that are there. So that's what we're here to do. Let's get right into it and have a look at some track charts. So this is a track chart, or a section of a track chart. It's from the Wisconsin Central Railroad in 2001. Its location is Slinger to Ackerville, Wisconsin. You can see, we'll have a look at a few things. It's 19 years out of date. That's the key thing, and we'll come back to that in a minute. But let's just look at a few things. So when reading a track chart, there's a few things on here that are of use to you as a modeler. One is the mileposts, the most important thing. Mileposts, the columns are on this track chart, but you'll always have the mileposts indicated. So you can see here that we're looking at about 4 miles of railroad. And there's quite a lot going on in this 4 miles of railroad that we're using as an example here. We've got 2 railroads, and we've got a junction here, and we can see the track and different things, but we'll just go through what we've got. So we've got the grade. So below the milepost, we can see the grade. So we can see here that we're going upgrade as we go down the miles. So just to kind of, I suppose, help you out with being able to see the bigger picture here, to the left is going towards Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, and to the right we're going down towards Chicago. So the grade here is climbing up towards this point here between milepost 122 and 121, and then the grade starts to fall, and then here, interestingly, there's no grade, and then the grade falls away again. The railroad may notice that they may do something with that. We'll come on to that in a little second. So the track layout. So here we have the track layout at the bottom, and the track comes along from left to right and is intersected by the mileposts and relates to the grade. So what's quite interesting here is we can see we've got a run round or a passing loop with some spurs going off it above and below to industries or just to other trackage off the main line. We can see that there's another railroad here that's indicated by this different style of track, and it's the Wisconsin Southern Railroad indicated there, and you can see that track goes to Horicon. There's an interchange there as it goes through Slinger, and we can also see that there's some signaling. So we know that this section of railroad, there's a block signal there, block signals there, it's CTC and has block signals. We can also see that there's a passing loop there. So pretty interesting that the passing loop is actually on a grade now, and so are the spurs. Now generally when doing a layout and doing track planning, we always say don't put a grade where you're going to stop a train, and don't put a grade where we're going to switch and set out cars because your cars will roll away. Well, of course, in the model, unlike the most models, unless it's Bernie Kapinski, most models don't have handbrakes, so that's why. Signals we mentioned. Speed limit is down the bottom. It's missing there. The speed limit on this section is actually 50 miles an hour. So you can see the speeds of your trains, and you can set speed limits realistically on your layout using this. You can also see where the grade crossings are. So you'll see which road it is that crosses. There's 2 grade crossings there. One there and one there. And then you have positions of different features, whatever those features may be, are all marked out on the track chart. Now, that bit that I mentioned before that was flat, very interesting. And the fact that the track chart was 19 years out of date. Well, since this track chart was produced, the CN worked with the CN, the Canadian National, bought the Wisconsin Central Railroad, and they decided that they wanted to have an interchange with the Wisconsin Southern, which is the local Class 3 short line. And so they built This interchange, which you can see the picture of here that I took in 2016, and they built a 10,000 feet long interchange and added an extra passing siding on their main line. It's not shown on the track chart, and that's why it's important that we've got to reference the date on the track chart with what's there today and the date and the era that we're modeling. What it also enables from the Wizards perspective, as you can see here, is it enables their local, one is coming this way from Milwaukee, and the train there that you can see coming towards us coming from Hurricane, to actually turn and go back. Before that, they couldn't turn because they had nowhere to turn. So it was an important thing for both railroads. So that's a track chart. Track maps, what are they? Well, there's two types of track map that's available. You can have ones related to a track chart that are generally been drawn by somebody, hand drawn, and they'll again just show the detail like this of the railroad. So useful if you want to see things such as siding lengths, spot numbers, who owns what track, roads, where road is. That's a bridge, not a grade crossing, because that's the bridge I'm standing on taking that picture. But it only gives us the detail of the track. So it's great for track planning, but not so great if we want to actually plan a layout, because of course with a layout we also need to look at the scenery. So what tools are available to us if we want to do that? Well, there's an open source project available called openrailwaymap.org. An Open Railway Map uses, I think it's Bing Maps as their base, and what they've done is they overlay that with the actual rails of where the track goes, and that's their interpretation of this section of track. There's the road there with the overpass, and you can see that we've got the photograph is taken from this bottom right hand corner of the map, looking towards the sources to determine certainly if you live on this side of the Atlantic, you need multiple sources to determine what you're looking at. Also, it's difficult to see the terrain, so a photograph helps that you can see that actually these two railroads are actually on different levels. But if you had, of course, the track chart for the Wisconsin Southern and you had the track chart for the CN ex Wisconsin Central, you would be able to see the grades were different, and you'd be able to see that from the datum point that the two railroads were at a slightly different height. So two great sources, and that's what we're going to use as we go forward through the presentation. So why would we use a track chart or map? Well, it can help you recreate a realistic track plan. Nothing's more realistic than the real thing. However, as we'll come on to a little bit later, having the space for exactly the real thing as it is probably unrealistic as an expectation. It will help you understand the railroad you want to model more than looking at photographs. It's a primary source. These are generally made by the railroad, either for learning routes for the road crew, or for the track maintenance crew, and obviously for insurance and access and all kinds of other purposes. So it's in the railroad's best interest to make these as realistic as possible and to maintain them and update them. So it will help you understand what you want to model. It will also help you see over that fence without actually trespassing, and with a bit more detail than you can get from a Google satellite image. Knowing the locations of signals and turnouts is really important. It's very helpful if you want to add signal into your layout to actually, even if you're not modeling a specific prototype, it's good to look at track charts and track maps to see how they would lay out the signals, how the real railroad did the real thing. That understanding that blocks are not always necessarily the beginning and end of gaps of track between passing sidings. Sometimes blocks are just out there on the main line, as you saw there on the track chart we just looked at. There was a block signal right there in the middle of the main line, protecting the crossing, or to restrict the speed of the locomotives as they approached the junction between the CN and the Wisconsin Central and the Wisconsin Southern, as it was. It gives you lengths of prototype sidings, so you know the maximum length of the real railroad can run. It will tell you way more than Google Maps ever can, or Google Earth. Of course, you can see what the tracks now look like in a post-Sanborn era. And for me, it's absolutely vital to use these primary source of information when you're wanting to model a prototype that is thousands and thousands of miles away. I wish it was closer, but unfortunately, it's a bit difficult to nip out to Lambeau Field and watch a game. So when you're in Orkney, so it's just the way of life. But the internet obviously helps, and having these primary sources available. I think Dan said earlier, even if you don't find what you're looking for on the internet, if you go to swap meets and train shows, usually you can see somebody there with stacks of railroad paperwork, and they may well have what you're looking for. If you know a railroader, ask them, and they may have some old copies. They may be unwilling to give you the latest version for security reasons, but they may have some old copies squirreled away from 20 years ago that might be useful for you. So just some sources before we get into actually doing some track planning. OpenRailwayMap.org is a great resource. It's a worldwide open source mapping project for railroads. I think it originated in Europe, hence the railway rather than the railroad. Not really a surprise. The railroads in kind of UK, Europe, Australia, and North America are probably the best documented on there. But if you want to look at how the railroads are in Mexico, or you want to look at how the railroads are in Thailand, then they're also on there. So there's a vast amount of information that you can see on there, and it's great. It's just a bit of a rabbit warren of a website. Once you get into it, you may be there for a few hours. Railroad historical societies, great sources of these kind of pieces of information, snippets, whether that's a car spot guide for a particularly large industry that you want to model, or whether that's actually a full track chart book. These books are quite big. So you're at Railroad and you're not a member of the Railroad Historical Society already, you should probably think about joining it, just to get access to their archives and information that you can't find elsewhere. Railfan and railfananddepot.com. So Railfan Depot, sorry, I don't know saying Railfan and Depot. It's railfandepot.com is a great source. They have a number of track chart books for sale, either as a PDF download, which I would recommend, or for quite a lot of money, because you're talking some of these things are in excess of 200 pages. They will print one off for you and give you a reproduction, but you're much better doing the download. That's where I got my track charts from. So go there, go look. If you're a class 1 modeler, you'll definitely find what you're looking for. If you are modeling a short line, you might have to go looking for whoever the parent railroad was before it became a short line, and you'll probably find the track chart that you're looking for. There's also lots of social media railfan groups out there, and big thanks to the guys at the Wisconsin Southern Railroad social media Facebook group. This is where I got most of my hand-drawn track maps from, and information about the Wisconsin Southern was from that group and from other people that I know who are Wisconsinites, and been able to supply me with some great photographs while they're on the way to and from work. So I appreciate everything that everyone's done there. So that's the why we should use them. That's the where we can get them from. That's the how to read one very quickly, and also how to look at maps. So let's get into an actual worked example, and hopefully this will help kind of just cement a few of these things together for people. So I'm going to talk you through the process that I took to design my layout, or part of my layout. My layout's actually in 2 phases. So this was going to be the second phase, but due to the current situation and availability of materials, this has become the first phase of my layout. But it's fine because it was all planned at the same time. Andy, that wasn't a dig, but it was all planned at the same time, so it was okay. So let's get into it. For those not familiar with the Wisconsin Southern, this is the Wisconsin Southern system. It's split into two divisions, the Northern and the Southern Division. Most of this is ex-Milwaukee Road trackage. The Southern Division serves Madison, Wisconsin, its yard, main division yard is in Janesville, Wisconsin. There's a roundhouse there. You'll have heard on Dave Berman's clinic earlier the mention of Monroe, and the Monroe sub is served in the Southern Division from Janesville Yard. You've also got the Prairie sub that goes right out across the state. And in the Northern Division, I think is the most interesting. Not least because at Horican, you have a paint shop that is quite famous amongst rail fans because it repainted the Union Pacific Heritage Fleet, amongst others. So there's always something interesting at Horican going through the paint booth, or waiting to go through the paint booth, and sometimes that's more interesting looking at a patch out. So the two are separated though, and they're separated by they were separated by the Wisconsin Central. They're now Grand Avenue in Waukesha, Wisconsin. The Whizor has dual trackage rights with the CN as it is now to run over there, and they actually run two transfers, one each way per day, unless it's an extra. But this is a timetabled one each way per day train between Horican and Janesville to swap cars and locomotives between the northern and southern divisions. So there's quite a lot of traffic going on there. So what's interesting is phase one of my layout is actually modeling the Waukesha sub between Waukesha and Slinger. So, and actually thanks to Jordan Kramer's persuasive powers, we've decided to add a third deck to that part of the layout, and we'll be modeling all the way up to the outskirts of Fond du Lac, which is the big yard that used to be the hub of the Wisconsin Central Railroad. So quite a lot going on there. But the phase two was to just focus on the Northern Division. So the Northern Division on itself is quite big. It's smaller than the Southern Division, but it's still quite a lot of trackage. It's a significant amount of route miles, and I just do not have the space to model the whole of the Northern Division. However, as you'll see there, Horican's kind of in the middle. Ignore the Plymouth sub and the Sheboygan Falls spur that's recently reopened. This is let's just focus on Horican. Horican is the yard in the middle. It's kind of like a hub and a spoke model, so it's quite interesting. Horican sits at the end of the Milwaukee sub, which actually just conveniently has an interchange at Ackerville. You just seen a picture of it earlier with the CN. So if I model Horican Yard, I have the opportunity to fan out 4 subdivisions, fan out from it, and could model any of them. So what I decided to do, having done some research, and we'll talk through the reasons why I chose this in just a second, I chose to model this section. So that's the Oshkosh and the Marketing sub, which go north out of Horican, and that gives us some good traffic. So when I look at what to model and how to understand this, after I've looked at a track chart and understood what the industries are, what the customers are, what's there beyond the fence, is to look at what trains run. Really important. So let's have a look at this. So these two subdivisions are actually quite busy. So we've got here, there are 3 locals. Locals on the Wisconsin Southern are denoted by the L. So you've got L5 is the Oshkosh sub is about 10 miles longer than the Marketing sub. So what happens here is that the L595 that serves the Oshkosh sub doesn't do any work until it reaches Ripon. But the L597 would work any of the customers between Horican and Marketing, all the way between Brandon and Horican. So that's interesting. So that triggered me then to go and have a look at this in a bit more detail. And when I looked at the timetable and looked at the customers, there is not so many industries in the places between Brandon and Horican. But Brandon would be an important place to model because it's where the junction is. So based on that, and just looking at that before we get too far into that, we've got 2 yard jobs. If we modeled all the trains that we could have in a day, we have 2 yard jobs and 3 locals. And G591/2 is grain extra that run over power from the CN that can be just about any class 1 major power that runs to Ripon. So in any layout design, I've got to factor that in and consider that running to Ripon may require 6-axle loco. So got to think about the radiuses and stuff like that. So what are we going to model? Boom. Okay, so this is what we decided to model. So we'll model Hurricane because that's where the yard is. We'll model Brandon because that's where the junction is. We'll omit everything in between. Hey, it's my railroad, and I guarantee that most people in Orkney don't know that these places even exist. We'll model Ripon because it's got a lot going on there, a lot of industry. Pickett and Fisk are pretty much run-through towns. I apologise if anybody's from there, but they're pretty much now run-through towns. We'll omit those, and we'll focus on Oshkosh. And went down the Markson sub, Fairwater, not much there, but there's a mine at Utley, and at Markson there's a few industries at the end of the line, including the transload facility. Lots of traffic. That's where most of the traffic originates from on these subdivisions. That's the towns where most of the traffic goes to. That's what we should model. Okay, so how do we know all that? Well, this because we look at a modern timetable. So the Wisconsin Southern uses track warrants to dispatch this northern division. There's no signals. There's not really a timetable. You don't have a timetable when you can leave a certain town, certain place. What you do have is you have the time that you clock on for work or start your shift and the call time for the different jobs. So the Oshkosh local doesn't really have a call time. But when it's called, it's called. We know that at 6 a.m. Both of the locals get called to assemble their trains. So we know that the likelihood is that the Oshkosh local is going to leave in front of the Markson local because it's got to do no work till it gets to Ripon, whereas the other one does need to do work. So it's kind of a timetable. But if you're modeling modern short line operations, this is what you're looking at from a timetable. You're not really going to get much more than this. So we talked about givens and druthers a few times in a few different presentations. Having set the scene of where we are, let's look at some of the constraints that we have and things like that. Briefly, givens are features and limitations that we must abide by. Druthers are nice to haves, things that I'd like to do. We may not get all of them. It doesn't matter if we do or we don't, but the givens are things that we can't be flexible on. They're things that we've got set in stone. Let's have a look at what we've got here for this layout before we get into the plan. So it's given it's going to be N scale. We talked about my things of buying other scales and being what the Aussies call a rubber bander. So just expanding on what your collection is in different scales. We know that the space is constrained. Sorry to people in North America, but we're going to use some metric measurements in some of these things. So it's 3.3 meters by 1.25 meters, and it's L-shaped. So the other leg of the L is 3 meters by 0.8 meters, which is pretty tight. It's given that it's going to be multi-deck because otherwise we won't fit everything in. It must connect to the CN Phase 1 layout. 10 car trains are the minimum that we wanted to be able to run. So that's our minimum. It's good practice, but that would be absolutely the tightest radius we want to do on the layout. And we actually do get forced to do that in the design. Locomotives, mostly 4-axle Jeep 38-2s. For the Wisconsin Southern Northern Division. There are some SD40s, SD40-2s that the Wizor has, but most of that's on transfer runs, so it's going away from Hurricane. It's not going down the subdivisions per se. That doesn't say it never happens, but we could get away with just running Jeep 38-2s. The nice to haves, I'd like to include the yard. We'd like to design and build the layout for remote operations. You'll see why that's an advantage. It needs to meet the requirements of the layout for others to obtain their NMRA Chief Dispatcher AP certificate, given that we're in Scotland and there's not many layouts in the UK anyway, certainly not in Scotland, that are big enough to do this. That's a really important feature because I have the space, so I shouldn't be selfish. It needs to be walking with a shelf design with no duck under because I'm really tall and I bang my head all the time and I don't want to do that. It needs to be achievable inside of 12 months because I want to get it up and running and done. I don't want to be having a plywood empire. It's got to have full block detection. I have to run back to model all of the subdivisions to the north and west of Hurricane, but as I've already given that away, that's not something that we can do. So space. Here is my custom built train room. Very, very lucky to do this. We were fortunate. Convenient is the design here in lots of multicolored areas of phase 1. This is the layout we've got to connect into, so it takes up the majority of the room. This is phase 2, and it's to enable me to have model the wizard and have some switching. So this is in a corner. It nicely fills that corner. It's not a big enough space for me to put a breakout room or a place for a crew lounge. It's just not big enough, and ultimately it's Orkney, and why not just go to the pub? So we don't need a crew lounge in the same space. We have other spaces in the house and in the village where we can have a suitable crew lounge. So the area is actually located behind the staircase, so we can't use that space. We can't go through that wall. Because it's a restricted head height, it's restricted height space. But it is a purpose-built room. It's finished with a stone floor, and the walls are finished, so we can't go into the walls, so they can't be damaged. And you'll see how I overcame that in some photographs at the end of my presentation. There's a window here in grey that needs to be covered by the layout. So that's okay. We can cover the window. That's fine. Unlike the CN section of the layout, this is not going to be modular. The CN section's all modular, so it can come out of the room. This can be fixed. I've got planning permission from the boss that this can be fixed, and it must interchange with the CN at a deck height of 145 centimeters from the floor, as the floor is a datum because it's just a new build house. It's nice and level. So let's look at the entire scheme, even though we're only looking and focusing on a part of this scheme for this demonstration. Normally, when you're looking at doing a track plan, most people look at a track plan from above, as a looking at a table laid out in front of you, and that's fine until you approach a multi-deck layout. Because when you've got a multi-deck layout, you need to look at it as if you're standing there and looking at the scenes. Okay, and that's because if you put areas of lots of activity one above the other, you're going to make your layout become congested, because everybody's standing in the same place with a train on each even though the train's on each different deck, and in theory, as far as the dispatch is concerned, they've all got green signals. If they've all got work to do at the same time, all on top of each other stacked, then it's going to have exactly the same effect as a choked yard would, and it's going to bring the entire layout to a standstill. So this is looking at the layout as if southern. So there's Hurricane Yard, which is there's the Milwaukee sub, represented by a removable section to connect the two layouts. On deck 4, coming down to deck 2, we'll model Ripon. Coming down to deck 1, we'll model Oshkosh. And that Oshkosh subdivision is what we're going to use as our track planning example in just a second. So going back to track map, this is Oshkosh in detail. From the open railway map system, and we can see and split this into 5 distinct areas of interest, and the space, just to give you an idea of scale for this, between this road here at the end, which is where the track end is, which is on South Washburn Street, or Allerton Drive. I'm not quite sure where it becomes which road becomes which. I think it's Allerton Drive. And the Wisconsin Highway 91 is about 3 miles. So it's about 3 miles in total. And we have the Watco port at the beginning of town. We then have Leco Steel. We then have Lapham Hickey Steel Corp and Wow Logistics. We have Bemis, and we have Oshkosh Trucks, who have an end loading ramp at the end of the line. So looking at the way that looks right now, we can't model that exactly as it is, because of the fact that there's lots of spurs coming off at 90 degrees, and that's going to be in our aisle, and our aisle width is already constrained. So even though it's end scale as well, to model that to scale would be 96 feet long, and we have not got 96 feet, as you've just seen in that space. So what are we going to do? We're going to have to compromise. To help us compromise, we need to look at what customers do we have, so we can understand where the traffic is, so we can remove the industry based on the fact that there's no traffic there, because there's not much point. So let's have a look at that. So here is a list of all of the customers in Oshkosh served by the Wisconsin Southern. Here's the inbound cars that they receive. Here's the outbound cars. No surprise, the transload port, the yard, is the busiest pace on the layout in terms of traffic and traffic types of cars. But we can see here that we've got two steel companies. We've got Lapham Hickey Steel and we've got Leco Steel. And there's a trick here. They take the same type of cars. They're basically moving gondolas, flat cars, bulkhead flats with steel plate or steel coil. And so if we eliminate one of them, then we might reduce the traffic, but we don't necessarily reduce the interest on the layout. So that's what we've done. We have taken out, we'll just quickly go through and look at that. So the transload facility from the air looks like this. This is a Google Maps image that you're looking at. If we overlay the track map onto that, it gives us a lot more detail. It's very difficult to pick up where the tracks actually are there. This is where track map comes in. That's the track map overlaid. And we can see we've got siding lengths. We can see where the sidings actually are. We can see the transloads actually down the bottom here and stuff like that. There's a photograph of the scene, looking from here where the grade crossing is, looking into the port itself. You can see there's a lot of Oshkosh trucks, vehicles ready to be exported. There's the ethanol plant. There's the grain. So there's the track map just for reference. Here's it now laid out as a design. So we've incorporated free roads to give us a free track yard. We've incorporated the grain and the ethanol, but we've had to relocate some of the spurs just to give it a nice aisle width. Now this scene here that you're seeing is in about 5 feet, 6 feet maybe up to the very end here. It's a depth of 6 inches here, and it's a foot deep there. So it's quite restricted in space, but as it's N scale, we can get away with it. You're viewing from the top looking down. So what I've had to do here is these ethanol sidings are quite long. So these just now go off into the aisle, and you can represent an industry by terminating the end of the sidings in the aisle without actually modeling them. And just by spotting some cars there, it can make it feel that it's actually a lot longer than it is. You can do the same thing into the back scene and just pop a mirror there, and it'll look right. So the next area that we've got is WOW Logistics. WOW Logistics, we'll just pop up the track map so we can see WOW Logistics is on the right there, and going off to the left would be the spur to Lapham Hickey Steel Corp, and if you were going straight on, you would be going towards the end of the line, so you're heading up towards the Oshkosh Trucks loading ramp. What I did here is I've incorporated these into the design by using the corners to allow for the rather than running parallel to the tracks, I've used the corners. So while logistics actually does go away from the roadbed, and from, if you were standing at that loading dock, you can't see the main line because of these trees. So I've just used the corners to put in these industries. I've added back in Leco Steel, which is actually behind us where we're looking at this photograph. So we have a steel industry, but I've added Oakwood Road, which you can see on this map. So we do still have a grade crossing. That's where this photograph's taken. So when you take a photograph of WOW Logistics on the layout, it should pretty much mirror this and enable us to make that scene. So big tip here is that just modeling one steel industry just reduces the traffic, but we still have all the car types if we've got more than one industry in the town. Bemis, this is the Bemis plant. You can see the covered hoppers just there. How does this look on the track map? Well, actually, oh dear, it's 90 degrees off from the layout. This isn't going to end very well. If we were in the aisle here, if we were on the layout here, we would be in the aisle standing somewhere up where my cursor is. So that would actually be under the stairs. Not very good for operating. So what are we going to do about that? Well, if we just bend it 90 degrees, back, so it's parallel to the tracks, omit the fact that the Universal Street exists, just forget Universal Street for a moment, we can then fit in that very large industry in a very small space. That's actually only 7 inches deep. The aisle, that deck, that shelf is only 7 inches deep, so that scene will be quite flat. We'll be using some digital photographs to help with the scenery on that scene, but we can still work it. We've got the main there, and effectively we've created a nice little ingle nut switching puzzle, which is very realistic of exactly what's there, which is nice. So there we go. rotated at 90 degrees and half relief in the buildings has managed to get us to fit in that extra scene. So Oshkosh trucks, love Oshkosh trucks. So many different things you can do here. So many different models. They also retrieve trucks back for maintenance as well as as well as shipping. So you don't necessarily have to pull those delicate models off their flat cars once you've done them. There's not really a need for a track map here. Basically, at the very end of the line, there's a ramp, and it's served off this street. So what we've done here is we've got a road here, and the line goes right to the end, and there'll be an end loading ramp. And basically, a tip from used in switching layouts is that having an industry on a switching lead is actually prototypical. Some people don't like it because it makes operations annoying if you have to respot cars or you have to take a smaller cut of cars, because that's actually the switching lead to switch BMIS. So you're going to have to use this curved section of track to switch BMIS, but it just means you've got to be more prototypical and take a shorter cut of cars. That's exactly what it's like in the real thing. Just taking a quick look at the entire layout, the entire plan for this deck, we can see all the different design elements. There's the port, there's logistics and steel, there's BMIS, and there's Oshkosh trucks. So nice, all fits in a nice little area. You definitely have space to model a prototype layout, no matter how little amount of space that you've got. And there's our helix, and I've built the helix tonight while I've been working on NMRX, so we'll look at the helix in the roundtable. So just quickly looking at operations, there's 9 locations to spot cars. There's space for 29 car spots, and there's a yard capacity for 29 car spots. So nowhere should get congested on the layout, but equally we don't want to move every car every time, but we do need to be able to work that yard. There's 1 or 2 jobs just in this one deck. And as you can see, fitting 4 people into there is going to be tight, and there's other decks on top. Hence why remote operations is really important. All of the engineers and all the engineers, yard master, etc. on my layout will all be remote, including the dispatcher and the traffic manager. The only person that will be in here will be 2 conductors to do the uncoupling cars for different local trains. The total space there on that deck is only 13.5 square feet, but there's a track, it absorbs 50 feet of track. So we started building the layout on Saturday. This was how we got at lunchtime, 12 o'clock. We put in this effectively mimicking stud walling, so we're not damaging the wall fabric of the house. 4 o'clock, we had the deck down. This support that's here on the left is simply because there will be the double helix going in here to go between deck 4 to deck 3, deck 3 to deck 2. This is the place here where the helix will go. So that was 4 o'clock. 8 o'clock on Saturday, we'd fitted the track and we're starting to wire up. We were running the bus wires and stuff like that. Monday, I got a couple of hours between clinics to wire it up. Got the trains running on Tuesday. This morning at 11:30, the helix arrived. That was at 12 o'clock. We had a helix. Well, it wasn't 12 o'clock. I was still working then. It would have been 1 o'clock. We had half a deck of a helix in. It's all CNC cut. And yeah, I think we're on 45 minutes. So that is the end of the presentation. Sorry, I just had to flick through there at the end, Bruce. If anyone's interested in seeing the other decks, I posted them in the NMRA Facebook group, so you should be able to see them. I'll stop sharing for you, Bruce.
I'll take
There we
myself. Well done. That's a fascinating presentation. We have a few questions. Somebody commented when you showed your track diagram, the very first one, there's that upper curved line, and he says that was the curvature of the tracks.
Which track? Which
The very first one you talked to has got that curvy line on the top.
the track? Wait,
Your tra-
the track chart or the track plan?
Your track chart.
Oh, the track chart. The grade.
Above that, right at the top, there's a line that's got some dips in it, curved dips in it.
That's showing you the road relative the actual road itself. If there's any ground feature that's relative to the track. So
it's that and not curvature.
So It's not curvature as far as I know,
Okay.
but it could be. It could be the curvature chart. Each railroad slot does their track to and show you how to read it because they're
Yeah.
all slightly different.
Yeah, this is the one right across the top. It comes along. It's got a dip, and then it straightens up. And then there's
Oh
another
yeah,
dip.
yeah. My understanding is that's the curvature, and
Okay.
you've got the it'll tell you how tight the I don't know what the unit of measure is actually on this track chart, but should show you how tight the curve is.
Okay.
Because if you look there in the picture that was on that, I'm looking at the slides and you're not, but in the picture that I had on next to it, you can see there's a curve and it kind of relates to
Yeah.
the curve that's on the actual
Right.
chart. So yeah, it does show you the curve and it shows you the direction of the curve, whether the curve is going that way or the curve is going that way.
Question 2. When Gordy says we, he and Jordan live thousands of miles away from each other. Are they planning to virtually connect 2 sections of the layout together from either side of the Atlantic, or just one layout but with remote control, or both, and be new modules virtually connected, or something completely different?
So yeah, something completely different. So it's my layout, but me and Jordan talk quite a lot, and we generally talk at the weekends, and most of the time we've got our track planning software up, and he'll talk and give me ideas and advice, and just it's difficult when you're a remote modeler. It's good to have the internet to throw ideas off your friends, especially in this circumstance as well. So that's more us just spitballing and throwing ideas off each other.
Somebody's asked, are you using any rail for your design?
Yeah, I use AnyRail, and I recommend everyone giving it a go. You limit it to 50 pieces on the free version, but really for the price of it, you should know it's got.
Sectional.
It was difficult at the moment to get Pico, so it got replanned with Kato, and that's the great thing about AnyRail is you can just swap out the track really easily. You can do flex, you can do hand laid stuff, and you can do sectional track.
Okay, so you mentioned stone floor. I mean, cobblestones or gravel or concrete?
It's ceramic tiles, but they're quite thick.
Ceramic tile, okay. Somebody comments, not sure what Bemis makes today, but at one time they made seats and lids for commodes.
Yeah, they make basically any kind of plastic. So
Yeah.
Yeah, they're bottles and plastic packaging and materials like that.
Okay.
I've got
How
a
do you
question
get the
for you.
time to do everything you do with a young family as well?
It's a challenge. I have a very understanding partner who helps quite a lot at the moment to enable me to do these things at times when Annabelle's awake. But most of the time, after Annabelle, my daughter goes to bed, then I usually get 2 or 3 hours in an evening to get on with stuff, and it's just multitask. You find the time. If you do it, you'll do it. But there's, as I showed on one of the roundtables, one of my lockdown projects has been sat there since March, and it's got 4 walls on it. So not everything progresses at the same pace.
Right. You said you had a question, Brad. Go ahead.
I've got a question for you, Gordy. Now,
Yeah.
that's a fair bit of in-depth research there. How long did it take you to put all that together to come up with that track plan? How long have you been researching in total for that?
On and off about 3 years. The Wisconsin Southern bit was a decision that I made back in February. So I know about the Wisconsin Southern because I model it in HO, but to actually go into that level was just put together in probably about 2.5 months. But I had the great thing is because I asked on the forums, I had a great guy called Sal who provided me with a spreadsheet that gave me all the roster for the Wizard, gave me all the train IDs, gave me all the customers, all the different freight cars that they receive, it gave me all the trains. He gave me his copies of the track maps. So all I needed to do was go and fill in all the gaps and actually turn it into a track plan. So it's not all of my own research, but that's the great thing about the internet is people are willing to share. So
that's certainly true. Well, Gordy, thanks very much. A very interesting presentation. I'm sure everybody enjoyed it. And that brings us to the end of the afternoon drive here on Gateway X for Wednesday, July the 15th. Getting ready to move into the round table. And after that, a couple more clinics tonight. I will be back tonight presenting a clinic at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And I'll be back in the host seat tomorrow afternoon for the afternoon drive on July 16th. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Hope you've had a good time, and we'll see you later.
Okay, we should be back live. It is officially now the end of the afternoon sessions with the roundtable on day 4 of Gateway X. I'm joined by a great crowd tonight. The topic of discussion is layout design and operations. We were going to have a separate operations one, but we decided to have a virtual banquet instead, just so we can see everybody eating their dinner while watching a clinic. Why not? We have a banquet at a normal convention, so we'll have one at our convention too. So, joined by a great crowd of people today who've given clinics on NMRAX or who are world famous due to their digital transformation.
I'm just on the board.
Roles changed. AGM happened. We've got Dave Berman, our expert on grain and River Rails Ops group member. We have Dan Munson, also wearing his River Rail Ops top there, out in Kansas City. There we go, very proudly wearing that. And we have Randy Hamill on the East Coast, the expert on all things New Haven, who knows even more than Chris Adams. If that such a thing could be possible, that's what we have. So great group of people. And what we'll do is the standard roundtable format that you've now become familiar with and you all love. Gordy will ask some preset questions. The panel will answer them to the best they can. We'll go over to Facebook in a wee while, so you've still got a chance to put some posts as comments underneath the post I put on. Share your layout design tips, tricks, and plans, and we'll review those, and then we'll go to questions that are in the YouTube or Facebook chat. So ask questions as we go. Brad in Australia is turning the questions round so that they read the right way round for Australia for him, and he'll be asking all those questions at the end. So first question. What's more important to you? Layout design, operations, or both? And we'll go to Randy first.
I'm gonna have to say both because I think the layout has to be designed well for operations. Since I'm modeling based on the prototype and my track plan follows the prototype very, very closely, I didn't have to worry too much about that aspect of it, but I still do have to fit it in the space that I've got to work with, and so you do have to do some work to make that arrangement fit. But it was all done for operations specifically. That's kind of one of the two key things that I'm designing this layout for.
Dan?
Exactly. It's both of them are overlapping. You can't have one without the other. If you're designing a model railroad to operate, they're overlapping. You do it all at the same time. You draw from key elements from both because you're trying to make your layout fit in a design space and to operate or model the operation that you wish to recreate. So it goes hand in hand.
Dave?
Yeah, I hate to say I have to agree. One does not preclude the other. Layout design, if you're going to do a switching district, what kind of operations are going into it? When I look at a prototype track plan, I say, why did they design it this way? And what can I do to selectively compress it? And then how am I going to operate this? Is this a single switch engine job? Is it something the local's going to do in a town? All things that are going to be part of that operations plan. So you can't really get one without the other.
Eric?
Yeah, I'll agree with what they're saying. I think, if you're modeling a specific prototype, there's always a compression aspect to it. In my case, I was proto-lancing. I knew kind of what I was going to model, but it was all about the space and obvious focus on operations and saying, okay, how can I make this interesting to operate? How can I do things to, if I'm having switching districts, okay, well, I can't have, if I've got them stacked, one on a lower level, one on an upper level, well, I'm going to have to arrange the train so I don't have two people standing on top of each other. My main yard is fairly lengthy. I can't put something above the main yard because I don't want people reaching over the main yard to get to things. I think you need to think about that sort of stuff as you're designing, no matter what model you're following, whether you're a specific prototype, proto-lancing, freelancing, whatever you want to call it. I think you really need to take that into account as you're putting your design together.
That's cool. Okay, this should be a very simple, very quick question. We'll quickly go around the room just to base it. I want a single, simple answer, okay? And it's, what is your preference? Prototype, proto freelance, or freelance completely? And we'll go the opposite way around. We'll go to Eric first.
Okay, so what were they? It was prototype.
So it's prototype,
freelance.
proto freelance, or completely freelance. So prototype would be exactly depicting the exact track plan, exactly mimicking the prototype. Proto freelance would be, for example, modeling the Santa Fe but making up your own. Can we go Randy, Eric, Dave, Dan?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. No, we're not. So and then freelance would be completely.
Yep.
Nondescript.
My personal preference is the proto lancing or proto freelancing. In my case, I happen to like the Canadian Pacific and BNSF, but I don't like the orange scheme. So my railroad won't have the orange scheme engines. I know. I like the old scheme. I've made some of its some of the decisions are based on. So I think it gives you some flexibility, lets you use commercial products, and honestly, anymore you can put whatever engines together that you want in a modern railroad, because I got pictures of them all. So proto lancing for me.
Dave?
I like all three of them. If I'm up, I don't know if I'm
good,
cutting in line, but
no,
I like
it's all right.
them
You're cutting.
I like them all, to be honest. Proto lancing is probably my favorite. That's what my last railroad was, and that's what my next railroad will probably be, because I like being able to base it on a prototype, but understand that I can't do everything prototypically. You know, I think, and those that do model it beautifully prototypically, Steve Brulos's Milwaukee Road is a good example up in La Crosse. I'm sorry to quote La Crosse there. That's a beautiful example. He nailed it. Freelancing, another thing that I tried when I was younger, try to create my own railroad. I still have yearnings to do that every once in a while, and I may end up going back to that in a few years. Who knows? But the Ron Kofer's Lake Erie Southern, the Maumee, there's a bunch of them out there that are great freelances that bring in the different parts of the prototype that they enjoy and encompass that in their railroad. So sorry, I can't give you a one-word answer on that one.
That's all right. We'll go to Dave now.
Well, I'm a prototype modeler from way back, but anytime you're building a railroad, you're probably proto freelancing a little bit. I'm currently building the modern day Twin Cities. There'll be a lot of scenes that people will recognize, but I can't get in the 13 miles of railroad basically that I'm modeling. I can't possibly model it all. You'd go nuts. The other thing is there aren't as many switching opportunities. Modern day railroads don't switch as many industries. So I have to flex a little bit. So I'm going to kind of say proto freelance at this point.
Okay, this will be an interesting compromise. Randy?
Prototype.
Yeah, I think we got that from your clinics in the past. Okay, cool. Okay, so what one piece of advice, one single piece of advice would you give to somebody who was currently still designing and planning their dream model railroad? Who wants to take that first?
Me?
Yeah,
one?
You can go.
One?
One piece of advice.
Design the railroad to fit in the space you've got. And just to expand on that, you don't necessarily draw out the track plan. I don't necessarily draw out the track plan when I do that. I make the railroad fit the way I want it to fit, with the aisles and maybe a rough idea of where I think I'm going to have switching areas, yards, so on and so forth. But make the diagram, the benchwork, maybe that's a better term, make the benchwork fit the space you're in, then start plugging in all of your wants and needs in terms of track plan.
That's a great piece of advice. That's exactly how I do it as well. That's exactly what I do. But I draw a overhead diagram, and if you're doing multi-deck, you need to draw a diagram looking straight at the wall as well, so you can see that you're not one above the other. Okay, who wants to go next? One piece of advice, Randy.
Real simple. Visit or study as many layouts as you possibly can. Ideally, go and operate on as many as you can before you start building benchwork. Because you will learn so much from the way other people have done it. You'll learn things you like, things you don't like, and that doesn't necessarily mean they're bad. They're just not what you want for your railroad. And mostly you'll just learn more about it that as much as I read before, as much as I saw in videos or talked to people, it was different just actually doing it and running railroads and operating on different layouts.
Yep, spot that, Dave.
Don't be afraid to change. I'm building this railroad for the second time in a new area with a lot more space this time. And the first one I built, we changed the track plan often enough that there were places we rebuilt a couple of times. Ron mentioned the Lake Erie and Southern and Ron Kofer. I've watched him change switches 2 days before an operating session to try something a little bit different. Maybe throw the crews a curve if nothing else. But the idea being is once you get started, you're going to learn things as you go along the way. What works better here? What worked better here that might work in another location? I talked to somebody from the prototype. They told me they switched this way. Don't be afraid to change up as you go along.
That's cool. Nice advice, Eric.
Agree with what they said, but my big thing is at some point you got to start cutting lumber. The whole designing forever, trying to make you're never going to get it perfect. At some point, figure out what you can put into the space. As I think Dan said, you can figure out specific tracks later, but at some point you got to start cutting lumber, and you know, things will fall into place after that. You may have to redesign, you may have to, replace the thing that you'd screwed up the first time. Did that last weekend. But don't get stuck in analysis paralysis, as we call it. So,
well said.
Yep.
Cool. That's good. Okay, so what do you?
I'll say that I designed my main yard using SCARM, just because it is a fairly complex yard with, all of the arrival departures and the leads and all that. But the rest of the layout, it was more what Dan was saying of designing the space and then just sort of winging it, especially switching districts. It was like, I think Randy said, visit lots of layouts, see what they're doing. I mean, it took forever to figure out exactly how I wanted to lay out. And it's like, okay, we'll take a little bit from here, a little bit from here, and then come up with something that will be interesting to switch. There's no prototype for it. It's just, can you get cars in there? Can you get, will it be interesting to operate? So,
I can't agree with Eric more. He nailed it. Get in there and get it done. You can get the paralysis. Don't start putting benchwork up. And as everybody knows, or maybe we don't talk about enough, it's very easy to tear it down and start over, or tear down a section and start over. And don't be afraid to do that, because every time you do that, you learn.
Yeah.
Every time you do it, you learn.
I think the other thing is, sorry, go ahead, Dan.
No, go ahead.
The other thing that we talk about in a lot of things is you get anchored to some idea that you had, that, well, I know it has to be this way. It has to be this way. At some point you got to say, does it really have to be that way? Can we maybe tweak it? Can we, you got to be open to new ideas, as Randy was saying, going and seeing layouts. I saw a long time ago, actually, at several layouts where there had a 18-inch or 20-inch high branch line. You had to sit in a chair to operate it. And that idea just sort of gets filed back there. And then I was at an operating session, I think my dad was over, and he simply can't stand up. It's like, wait a minute. I may be relatively young here, but what if I put in this branch line, wired it up? Well, not only did that just add an extra 100 feet of operations, I've just made it more accessible for people who can't who can't stand on concrete. There's always those ideas that you happen to just, maybe you played with them, you saw them on a layout, you saw them on a tour, keep pictures, keep hundreds of pictures of stuff. You might eventually need it. And it's like, ooh, wait, I saw that switching district on so-and-so's layout at Prairie Rail. Ooh, I can take something from that, tweak it a little bit, and use it on my layout. So
yeah,
I think your question was about how did you design it?
it was how you
And-
designed it. We went off down a hole, but it's fine because I just want to admit that I have a folder on my laptop that says track design ideas, and track planning inspiration is another folder that I have, and I just throw all kinds of pictures into there or designs I've taken as I've been going around on tours.
Yep. I think the SCARM file I have is so woefully out of date compared to reality, but it did help me at least size. It was for the yard in particular. The rest of it, I'm just winging it. It's like I know kind of the form that I want. I know the form that will fit in the space, and the track plan, I'll just wing it. So.
Okay. Randy?
Yep. So mine is a mix of really rough sketches, which I had done many, many, many times. And in fact, I've got a bunch for a layout that I thought I was going to build because I thought we were moving. But mostly it's just to get an idea as to whether the track that I'm thinking of putting there is going to fit. Since I'm modeling prototypically, I use Sanborn maps, valuation maps, other maps I could get, aerial photographs, and so on to identify what I was trying to put in the space. And then the other big key is that I laid 10 years ago that's not attached yet, that I'm finally getting to the point where it's going to be finalized. But I had a layout prior to this. Actually, it was pictured in the clinic that was run earlier today, and that was on masonite spline. That was never attached to the spline. It was just sitting right on top of 3/4 inch wide spline, and I ran it for probably close to a year before I started building this one. So having the ability to make those changes as you go, and I mentioned earlier today too that I have ended up changing the layout. As much as I followed the prototype as closely as I could, I found over time that I could do closer, and I've rearranged portions of this section of the layout 3 times, I think, for Stanley Works. And now it's much.
Dave, what do you use?
Well, I'm learning to be a new CAD guy, but I'm pretty much old school still. I still like to draw. I was trained to be a photographer and graphic artist in college, so I still have a doll school of track planning where I photocopy components and I'll lay them out on the benchwork. Does it fit? Does it look good? And then I'll get to the point of, okay, let's put the track down, let's get the roadbed in, let's see what we're going to do here. And then I'm pretty much rolling. But like Randy and everybody else, I'm looking at the prototype, and I'm lucky that I have friends in the railroad industry that can sometimes get me a yard map or get me a track plan, get me a click book. I always have these around for railroads that I don't even model, just because I see things in there. Wow, that's a neat way of a neat tank car industry, or that's trying to see
design. So sorry, layout design aficionados out there. We're going to move slightly away towards operations. And the question, remote operations, are they a fad or are they here to stay?
I'll start. I watch Dave Adeley's clinics, and I've watched him. I think I'm not good at pronouncing his name. If I screwed that up, I apologize profusely. And we kind of took that a little bit and ran with it just a little bit. Tim Odenhoven and I, Tim is doing clinics on car ferries and 3D printing, but Tim is all over the place in ideas that he wants to try. I live approximately 120 miles away from him. I have operated his railroad through his Wi-Fi system via a VLAN using Wii Throttle and a Wi-Fi remote camera. And what we do is, he doesn't have signals on it yet, so he brings up the signal panel. That's on one laptop. I have the camera on the other, and I'm using my phone to operate. Is it perfect? Now, is it the best way to operate his railroad? No, but I'm confined to quarters. I don't get out of here. So obviously that's the only game that I have to play in town. But I will tell you one thing. We did it in River Rail when Ron Kofer's LENS ran as a timetable train order layout, the dispatcher often dispatched from Minneapolis, dictating track or train orders to an operator via a telephone. And he would OS back and forth. We had a live line that was constantly moving back and forth. The railroad didn't run any different than having the regular TT and TO dispatchers. That railroad has since gone to CTC. I'm wagering a pretty good guess some of these CTC boards we could sync in via a VLAN or something like that and probably run remotely. So I don't think it's a fad. I think it's a chance for getting other people involved in some of our railroads.
Yeah, I think on a upcoming, there's another guy out in Virginia that I knew from when I lived there named Bob Rodriguez, who has the Nickel City lines. And compared to, and I saw Dave's setup. Bob has gone several steps further in terms of number of cameras, as well as having I think he's using OBS to basically turn his dispatch panel into 6 sections that constantly are in like a loop. So you're constantly seeing where things are. Plus I think he's got 8 or 9 cameras now that are accessible. I would agree with Dave. I think the idea of having a remote dispatcher is absolutely a great idea. In my current my basement, I was looking at the amount of space I had allocated for a dispatcher desk. I'm like, you know what? I can just put the dispatcher upstairs, and they've got all sorts of space. And it, especially in the same house, I think it does. There's a few things I've tried it. I set up 3 or 4 remote old cell phones around the layout. You absolutely have to have absolutely perfect track work, absolutely perfectly running trains. And for every train operator, you've got to have at least 1 pair of boots on the ground to go around. And, it's simply impossible to do switching. On Bob's layout, I was running a passenger train that all I had to do is move around the layout, stop at various locations. And I think that would work perfectly. Depending on the size of your layout, you need a ton of cameras, or you need to put them at an angle so that you can see a huge swath of the layout, because putting them trackside, you get 5 to 10 feet of view. I think I think the fascinating thing about it is it's one of those things that, had we not had this pandemic where we're all stuck in our own houses, we might not have tried it. I think a lot of this may have been out of, sort of necessity. The idea of the remote dispatcher, I think that's probably the easiest to do, simply because between Zoom and a little convoluted, FRS interface, you can easily put a dispatcher remote, either with TeamViewer or a remote desktop or whatever. That's easy. Operators, I think if I was going to do it on my layout, I'd have to have a whole ton of cameras, and those operators would be running by wave rates. The things that are not, they're just following the signals and just moving forward. I think anything more than that, I think it might ruin the experience.
I'll jump in, and I was going to say, I'm glad one of you guys went first, because I was going to talk about RCO operations and the prototype. So I'm glad you guys clarified that for me. I will tell you that I'm very fascinated by the idea of dispatching. I think that's awesome. It creates a great opportunity for people that can't attend or maybe limited due to physical ability to get to a basement or to a session. And you may have some really, really good dispatchers in Minneapolis or Phoenix or wherever they might be, and you want to have them part of your regular session. And I believe it was Gary Peterson with his Salt Lake Southern has tried a couple of times with a laptop, dispatching off a laptop, and he said he's had some pretty good success with that. I've seen a little bit of this, you're running a train from your phone around somebody else's railroad. I kind of agree with Eric. It's something that it's really challenging to do, especially if you're switching. Now, take a step back. Could you have somebody there acting as the conductor, and there's ways to have communication between that person who's there and the engineer who's running it? that makes it pretty prototype. You know, the engineer's stuck in a cabin. All his view is out the front, and maybe luckily if he spins around, he can look out back. If you can recreate that and have good communication with a guy in the field that can, if you will, grab something if something goes awry.
Sure. Yeah, I think that certainly remote dispatching has been done for a while. It's and not unprototypical either for a lot of railroads, obviously, or well, for pretty much any of them. It's always been a remote thing. If you're going to try operating a train itself, I like the idea of a camera that's you're out the front view. If you're going to be an engineer, it's not something that would work well on my particular layout. It's all switching. It's too much interaction, I think. And for me, the big thing is more that part of the whole reason why I love operating the layout is getting together with a bunch of friends and having a good time together. And I'll quote Robert Fripp, guitarist of King Crimson. He says a CD is kind of like a love letter, and it's something you can treasure and enjoy, but a live show is like a hot date. It's much better to see the person in person than it is to have to listen to a CD or read a love letter and something. And so I would miss that interaction if I wasn't, able. I certainly would love to do it if that's the only way I can participate, but I definitely prefer that in-person operation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we were just talking about. I was talking about this with somebody else. Is the fact that especially as we age, social interaction is absolutely critical to keeping brains functioning properly. You get social interaction, you get, we'll call them switching puzzles, even though I don't like that term, but the idea of that logic of, okay, what do I have to move? You're interacting with other, it's a good time. And I miss getting to do it in person. I've done it a few times here locally with a mask on, but I really miss getting to see the other layouts around the country.
Yep.
Yeah.
Amen.
Getting to that people interaction thing. Yeah, that's what, if you had to say, what am I missing about being isolated? We get together on Zoom every Thursday night in the River Rail group, and it's good, but it's not the same thing as running a train into a yard and having to have it worked and talking and going back and forth. Yeah, I can run at a distance. If I'm interacting with a conductor, I've got that ability too, and that's extremely important. But it's still not the same thing as seeing 20 guys, 12 guys, 8 guys, 4 guys, whatever size your operating crew is, get together and make a railroad sing. And that's the cool part of it.
Yep.
Okay, so I have a slightly different take on this, for obvious reasons that I live on an island with 400 people. And I, as of yesterday, discovered the only other known model railroader on my island, Terry, who lives 100 meters from my house thanks to NMREX. But to give you an idea of size, the telephone exchange on our island is 7316. His house is number 15. So his phone number ends 15. So it's 731615. That's his phone number, okay? Locally. My phone number is 731658. And that's the most recent, that is the most recent house built in the village. So his house had telephones when the first telephone exchange went in the village. So there's not many people here. So my layout is designed for remote operations from the very beginning. And I think it's going to be, I don't think it's a fad. I think it's here to stay. I think there's positions that you can do. I agree with you guys. All dispatching's done remotely now on the real railroad. Anyway, it always has been. You've never had the dispatchers being able to see exactly where the train is. So it's actually more prototypical, and a lot of people try to put the dispatcher out of the room anyway.
Yeah. I think the other thing that you have now is the fact that the technology is caught up.
Yes.
The fact that you're in the middle of nowhere, and I've got a perfectly good screenshot of you along with 3 other people running off of, pretty much standard cable. Imagine trying to do this even 5 years ago. It would have been impossible. So I think the technology has gotten there in terms of video video conferencing, bandwidth, all of that, all had to be in place for this to work. The way we're doing it right now. So
Yeah, timetable and train order you could always do remotely because that never had, other than operators OSing in. The dispatcher did everything by the reports on the railroad and assuming that everybody followed their orders properly, which in model railroading is sometimes questionable. But there's other options like at Chris's layout. We've kind of joked around. He has a and he's essentially the tower operator. And there's a closet that we've talked about, probably mostly me pushing him to move the desk into the closet and put a little cameras into the tower that's there on the layout, and then we can put a couple TVs, frame them up so they look like windows, and it looks like you're looking right at the tower at the layout and the things that are operating. And there's really no reason why that tower position couldn't be hundreds of miles away, provided he built, or whoever's building their layouts designs the layout to operate remotely like that. It does require a different setup than just a regular layout, obviously.
And
I think that was what I was just trying to just bring it round to. I'll go to you, Dave. I was just trying to bring it round to that, is that trying to retrofit remote operations into an existing layout is difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Dave Abeley's key thing is his key difficulty that he's coming across now is a lack of block detection. He didn't put enough block detection into his layout to enable you to see where your train is without having a camera.
Mm-hmm.
So the advantage I've got is that I've designed the layout based on having I've only got 3 switching jobs. Is put a bigger layout in a smaller space because I can go more vertical and I don't really have to worry about congestion.
Yep.
So there are advantages to it. I think it'll be interesting to see how it develops over the next 2 years. We'll go to Dave and then we'll go to Facebook.
yeah, and then
we'll go to Eric.
you were talking about putting a camera in your dispatch office. I don't know if you can see, or the Deepwater District. This is actually in the dispatch room. There's a piece of track running through here, with the trains. Was a real clever way to put those together.
Yep.
And kind of riffing on the technology thing, we're just at a really, really young point with Wi-Fi throttles.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something I'm hoping to see. But with all the things that JMRI can do, we know that we're getting smaller and smaller wireless video cameras, potentially that could land in a cab. I think we're getting closer and closer all the time.
There's some German options that are about $100 extra for Roku. So
yeah, and I think slowly but surely we're going to get that piece of the project caught up, and then we can put an engineer from anywhere. We're going to have a conductor on the railroad that's going to do the switching, because we haven't figured out how to uncouple well yet, or even see where we're backing into, what are the switch positions. Signaling, block detection, we're already there in a lot of cases. Train ID is a little bit messy yet. We've got a few things going on there, but we're really starting to get close, I think.
Yeah. Think just one more thing I'm going to piggyback on. Think about if you've ever had operators at a railroad that go a little too fast.
Mm-hmm.
Now put them in that engineer's seat remotely. You don't think that's going to slow them down? You don't think they're now going to creep up on those signals? I don't know. It's to me it would be fascinating. Give me one of those nice big proto throttles. I'll sit in my basement and I've got a view of I'm going back and forth.
Yeah.
I'm going to creep up on stuff. I'm going to take it nice and easy, because you know what? If I screw up, I'm not there to get chewed out and tearing stuff up. I don't want to do it.
Especially coming around that corner where the signal is right around the turn that you can't quite see it.
Yep.
Oh dear.
I'll give you a hint. When you're watching through a remote camera, you slow down.
Yeah, do you?
I'll get Tim telling me, goes, "You're really creeping," and I'm looking at the camera and going, "Feels fast enough to me." Compression is
okay.
When you're going across.
Guys, we're gonna go to Facebook. We've got to go to Facebook, or
Sure.
we're gonna run out of time. So we're gonna go to Facebook. Again, as I've said on the last 4 occasions, apologies that this is my personal Facebook, and you're seeing the screen as I see it. So if there's anything that pops up on notifications, it's a personal account. So today it's layout design was today's theme. Thanks to Pam for doing the artwork for us. You said, but yeah, we spoke to this on Monday about don't get impatient, because if you just do a spur and a loop and a spur, it's going to get boring and you're going to want to expand it. So always think about where the end game is and take the time to do some planning. But analysis paralysis, always be wary of that. Lloyd. So Lloyd's been and done as John. Well, it's actually Lloyd from Canada. Has done a few clinics for us here, and he says that he never had a train when he was young, but he was on a train when he was 2 years old, and so he needed all the help he could get, and he got a track plan designed by a professional track planner. So this is what you would look like if you had your digital software out there. You can actually print this out 1-to-1 scale and put this down on the benchwork and put the turnouts and the track directly onto the plan. So there are advantages of doing it digitally, but that's Lloyd's first layout, guys. So it's pretty epic. We've seen some good footage of it, and we've had a layout tour around it. It's really good. So thank you for sharing that. However, if you want to see something that's really not a professional job, you can see my attempt at a very in progress track plan. This is the other levels from my clinic we just did. This is how we're getting. Dan mentioned this before. As you start with the bench work and you work your way down. So this is just with the track down. There's no scenery. We've not worked out where the buildings are or anything like that. One of the things you can see on this track plan I'm not too pleased about at the moment is the closeness of that rail to the edge, given that this is a shelf layout and that's going to be 120 centimeters. So for the Americans in the room, 4 feet off the deck. Scale trains locomotives from 4 feet turn to kits very quickly onto a stone floor. So in the same software. We don't need to go through the entire layout, but if you want to see beyond my clinic what the other 4 double helix between deck, I'll show you what it looks like. This is what we're going to do on my layout. This is what's a bit crazy. We're going to take this. This is actually in real life a triangle, a Y junction. But we're going to just take 2 legs of it off. The helix will go down. The helix will go up. One on top of the other on top of the threaded bar.
Yeah, that's how Bill Snyder's layout, his old layout was designed. He had a single helix and he had 2 levels of operation plus a level of staging above, all coming off the same helix.
Yeah, so that's helix 2 and helix 3, Randy, on my layout. There's 5 helixes in total.
Oh, you got 5? I only have 2.
Yeah, that's enough. Although we'll have a look at the helix in a second because I've been building 22-inch radius to accommodate articulated locomotives. Number 7s, number 5s, so lots of all requirements. So this is a great list of givens and drovers that you really need to do the givens and drovers list. I think before you cut, Eric, as much as you want to go into cutting lumber, I have a vision of you with a chainsaw at the end, like, I'm going to tear that section of my layout down. Okay, I have that vision in my head now. Maybe we'll do that on Zoom one night. You can just have us cutting out bits of your layout.
When I was in Minnesota, the old models, a double crossover, and that solved all chains.
Givens and drovers are important.
Model real estate.
The square foot of Scotland that you can buy and become a supposed laird, an American aristocrat of Scotland, doesn't really get you enough real estate there to build a huge thing, you know? Yeah, so all hail. So David, though, has used SketchUp to design his layout here, which is a novel way of doing it. I've not seen someone do SketchUp, but of course it gives you a nice 3D design. So that's good. And then here we go, Helix 1. So this was 3 hours ago. I've done a clinic. We're 1 hour and 44 minutes into the whole round table and everything, and doing the clinic. And just people get scared about helixes and how difficult a helix is. So here is the helix, finished, ready for installation on the layout. So helixes are not something to be scared of.
It's a model of a helix.
It's a model of a helix. It's N scale. And the question is going to be, can Gordy fit in the helix? Yeah, there you go. It's Gordy from the bottom of the
Gordy
helix.
Gordy wants to be speed. He really
That
does.
looks like a good way
No,
to take
no.
the distance. You could walk around town with that.
I could, yeah, I could, yeah.
Gordy, you got
It's
to
a whole
start
new hat.
out with speed, man.
So, speed at the bottom of the helix is dangerous. So that was our post from Facebook for the day. So, what questions did we get?
Okay, there's only a couple of questions in the chat at the moment, but the first one is from David. Can someone explain remote ops a little bit more in depth of what's going on there with remote ops?
Eric, we'll go to Eric.
Sure. There's a couple things involved. One, for the most part, you need to have a layout that is connected up with JMRI. That is really the only, I would say that's really the only viable solution right now. I think you could do something with proto throttles if you've got, because I think proto throttles are Wi-Fi, if I'm not mistaken. So you would need to do a little networking voodoo to open up ports and so on so that a remote proto throttle could connect. But most people are using either Engine Driver on Android or WeThrottle on an iOS devices, Apple devices. Those connect into your computer, your JMRI computer, which then is able to control trains. So, I mean, I walk down to my basement, I fire up JMRI, fire up Engine Driver on my phone, I'm good to go. For somebody remote, well, yeah, they can drive the train, but they can't see jack. So now you've got to work up either some sort of remote camera, so you can see either, as Dave was talking about, the idea of that camera in the train. Those are pretty rare right now. Most people are putting up webcams in key locations around the layout, and or giving you a way to see, especially if you're doing block detection and signaling, some sort of a remote view using something like TeamViewer, Zoom, or whatever, so you can see the dispatch panel. And as long as you can remember where your train was, you can see it moving along the layout. So it's a combination of existing software with JMRI to control the train, as well as communications with people who are in the train room, as well as some cameras to let you see where you're going. There are some really great, if you go out to and we'll plug opsig.org/virtual. If you go out there and look at the past sessions, there are several sessions where we have seen how to do this live. Dave did one. There's one coming up in a couple of weeks with Bob Rodriguez, who's doing it with lots of cameras. But those are really the key components. I mean, there's some picky details along with it, but that's sort of the bulk of it.
Yeah, and here at
and then,
NMREX,
sorry, one other thing would be the remote dispatcher. That's another thing that can be done. But
it's remote operations is basically people doing a job on the layout during an op session that's not where they're not physically located in the layout room. So even having a dispatcher in a different part of the house is technically remote, because unless they're connected by an Ethernet, very long Ethernet cable to the layout. So yeah, NMREX team has taken us on board that this is an area that people are very interested in. We'll be doing another NMREX event in September, and that event in September will have a lot of remote operations theme around it. We'll be working with various people, including Dave Abeleys and a few other people that we mentioned tonight, to really explain the digital transformation in that space that's taken place in the last 6 months. So we're just going to wait till September to do it, to line it up, and then theme a whole event around it. So yeah, watch this space. David will have more for you there. Go on, Brad. Next question.
Okay, so obviously it's pretty around this remote ops thing. Andy's asked, what bandwidth are we going to need to be running Wi-Fi cameras, locos, CCTV, Skype, TeamViewer, and multiple engineers all logged in at once? Is that going to be our limitation?
Well, your bandwidth will always be a limit. Your upload will be the limitation, but you don't need to run all that. You genuinely don't need to run all that. What you need to decide is you can. What you need to decide is what do you need to run. Um, you don't need to run TeamViewer and all those kind of things. You can put these things out through a website that would make it very low bandwidth. In terms of cameras, if you use webcams and HD cameras, they're going to consume a high amount of bandwidth. So you want to look to use lower quality cameras, but not so low quality that you can't see the signals and you can't see the track. But you don't need to run the best quality cameras that we would use for video conferencing to do this. So that's kind of the best advice. We'll go down to Dave, who is a computer man. He can probably give you some better advice than that. But
Okay, to do what we were doing, we've done it a couple of different ways. Literally, we've managed to do it within either a Zoom call or Google Hangouts. And what we do is we Wi-Fi the cameras to a device, and the cameras we have are just little cubes. They're about the size, smaller than a golf ball, that you can put on a flat car. Tim actually 3D printed a car to put the camera on, and there's no connection at all. They're good for about an hour and a half of battery time. It goes in as one of the cameras that we have available to us on the Zoom call. And then you're just clicking the cameras. Somebody's playing switcher operator, if you know anything about television production. And then you also put up the dispatcher's panel. And we've managed to do this on his home Wi-Fi, which is probably the average home Wi-Fi, decent. You're not going to do it on dial-up, forget it. If you have the lower bandwidth Wi-Fi coming into your house, lower bandwidth, you might have a little bit of a problem with the video quality, but it's shockingly amazing what you can do.
Yeah, because you have to remember
Just-
that you've got one connection going out. You're connecting all those to a single computer, and it's only that one computer feed you're uploading. You're not uploading 20 cameras as separate feeds consuming bandwidth. It's all being consolidated into one stream that's going up.
Right.
You're
The thing
you're
I'll throw out
go
is
into Eric.
in case you're not aware, the idea that you have way more incoming bandwidth than you do outgoing. So a site that you need to, if you're looking to do this, speedtest.net is sort of the industry standard for testing your speed. That will give you a downstream, meaning you downloading stuff to your location, and then an upload speed. For everything we're talking about, the upload speed is the critical number. If you're seeing something like 1 megabit, it's probably not even worth trying to do it. You're just not the experience for the operator, especially somebody running your $1,000 steam engine via remote throttle, who suddenly is trying to hit stop and it's not responding. Yeah, no, that's it's going to be a bad day.
But we have tested this with the Australians and the Brits, okay, and I have 18 megabits per second upload speed. I can operate Brad's layout. I can hit the horn, and it's pretty much instant. Not so long ago, there used to be a 200 millisecond lag between Australia and the UK, so it would take 400 milliseconds for that to work, 200 milliseconds for the horn to blow, and that to come back. And if you think about the technology where that's going through, that's all great. But if you think you're going to have a camera and you're going to run 40 trains and you're going to have 40 webcams on 40 trains on flat cars, it's not the way it needs to be done. It's just not the way it needs to be done. But we could do a whole clinic on that, so we're going to park that there, guys, because there will be clinics on all the aspects of this coming up in September. So let's park that there. Brad, next question.
Okay, the only other question I've got here is Doug's asked, what's the radius designed on your Helix, Gordy? What's the size of it?
Okay. So this Helix, this one, the smallest Helix number 1, is an 11-inch radius Helix. You can put a tighter radius on the inside. It's not ideal. It's there because I'm space compromised. All my other Helixes will be 16.5-inch radius, and I'm modeling N scale, I suppose I should say that. But because it's plywood and it's all CNC machined, it actually automatically super elevating itself within the Helix. So I can get away with a tighter radius, but it should be noted I'm only running 4-axle locos. So it's a 3.5% grade and 11-inch radius. So it's very tight for N scale.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say an N scale. How long is like an 85 foot? I'd have to do the math. Probably about what, 5
Here's
inches.
So yeah, here's the key thing. It's only going on the part of my layout where there's nothing longer than 50 foot to serve. Oh, well, the longest car is 68 feet. We've got the stuff that goes to Oshkosh trucks that uses 89 feet.
I got to say, you guys are really smart. My beta VCR still flashes midnight. Can you guys help me with that?
Give me a call, Dan. We'll hook you up.
Yeah,
Okay.
you need a fat pencil to rewind the tapes.
Oh, I got that.
Yeah,
Dude, you're not that old. Come on.
me.
Unless you taped songs off of a radio by leaning a tape recorder up next to the stereo, you're not that old.
With a stereo cassette recorder, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm older than you think. Older than you think. Okay. All right, Brad. I think that was all the questions. I think we're near enough ready to start the clinics again. So, just to give us time to kill the stream, we're gonna because we need to kill it and restart it, which we said we'd do at 6 o'clock Eastern anyway. So we're going to do that in a wee sec. Just like to do clinics on in their own right, and they will come in the future. There's thousands more clinics to come, so we'll cover those off in the future. What we're going to do right now is kill this stream. And restart it. So if you're on YouTube or Facebook, you'll need to go back to the NMRA-org channel and find the new stream, which will be part 3. And if you're on Facebook, if you are on the Facebook page and you're a follower of our Facebook page, it'll go live. And you'll see it, and should get notification of it. If you're in the Facebook group, if you give me a few minutes, we'll pin that to the top of the group, right at the top of the group posts. So thanks, guys. Brad, kill it.